So finally, welcome to the stream, and hopefully you're having a beautiful time as we're going to be hopping into the best of 5 finals, and this is ECLOT going against Aurora. After a couple of roster changes, after a couple of hefty games, we finally find ourselves in this matchup, and from the playoffs, it seems like it's been a long road. From the lower section, it's going to be Aurora after they actually lost against Breezy, and after the win against Breezy, ECLOT found themselves on the upper finals, and grand finals came in for Aurora as well, but they had to find a long way throughout the lower bracket. It was against Alliance, Breezy. They actually even went against Ens Academy. So different teams have left us in this situation, and this is the best of 5 that we were talking about. Inferno, Nuke, Anubis, Mirage, and Ancient are going to be picked. That's Train and Dust 2 that we won't be seeing today, which is a little bit funky. I wanted to see Train, but hey, that's life. ECLOT started off with a pick of that Inferno. It's going to be Aurora on Nuke. Anubis is going to be an ECLOT pick. Mirage is going to be that Aurora pick. And a Decider is going to be on Ancient if we need it. And I have to say, a banging start for these maps, especially as we have seen so much Mirage, Dust 2, and even Ancient lately. To be honest, I am done with Ancient. If they decided to change that into Cash, because it seems like Cash is done at the moment, I will be happy to bring that in. But yeah, let's hop into the game. So guys, finally we get to start on Inferno. It's been a long, cozy while that we've actually seen this map. And I'm not entirely sure what to say. It's going to be an ECLOT pick. Mikey has been looking fiery lately on this lineup. And it's a very nice pick, a very nice add-on to the roster, I have to be saying. I actually love this one. So welcome to the stream, everybody. Hopefully you're having a good time. And sometimes it's good to wait for good things, especially as we're starting right now. And a silent start. I was waiting for a little bit more of a bang, but hey, it doesn't work out every time. Sometimes you just have to be happy with what you have. So, this is just a very slow start. Usually have to be used. Fancy with the first kill onto Eli. And smoky start actually works out, but it's going to be Mikey with Nubic. Drop 2 of the players to make a little bit more space for themselves. Mike actually catches the likes of Patsy. That's going to be the bomb down. But it's very early on Molotov to make sure they have a little bit more space to play with. Early damage done. Now the question is, can they hold on to it? They don't actually need to do that much. Just try to play as much as you can. There's 4 players alive. This is going to be hellish for the rest of the CTs trying to retake this. And by now, there should be a little bit of a call maybe to try to save this one. This is just... well, the bomb has been ticked less than 10 seconds at this point, so round is basically done. That's a goal from Clax. It's made. Terrorists win. Clax as a trade, but yeah, that's actually the 12 fun in the last kill too. There it is, the first round. And as we were looking for start like this is exactly what we're gonna get right now. I was hoping for a little bit more in a way. Maybe just a little bit more of a explosive start, but hey, there's a whole marathon in front of us. Gas yourself up in the first round. Of course, ECLOT picking the map, starting with the round. A crazy start for them. Exactly what they were looking for. That's a nice catch from Grex to drop down Forcey. And Patsy actually comes out with his own. This is getting a little bit expensive at the moment. That 5-7 has showed itself today. And that's Detour with the kill on the Kenzie, but getting traded very quickly on. That's the Deagle. Body shot. Work. Norway only had that one shot. If you got that kill, that's the end of the round, basically, at that point. But that's a smoke on top of the bomb. So this is a 2 versus 2 with some of the weapons lying on the floor at this point. Aurora, they can actually pick them up and make this a very viable retake. But at the same time, for ECLOT, you have to control towards the B side. But the problem here is it's getting a little bit expensive at the same time. Aurora, they're just getting into a little bit of a better spot here. That's Grix with a scout on a retake. You wouldn't want to go with that. So he definitely needs a body shot here. Maybe two to make this a little bit more viable for the side of Galax. Both of them actually have armors. That's going to be the shot. The bullet nearly misses. And Galax left into a solo retake. The last time Texel spotted him from Banana, but it's been so long that it seems like the rest of the the ECLOT squad, they're starting to smell this as flying coming in from the CT spawn. 16 seconds left and no kits. The round is basically done. So for Aurora, the best thing they can actually do is save that Galil on the side of Galax. Oh, that's a very nice kill on the escape. Mikey, just make sure.
Terrorists win.
Just make sure that that bomb is going to go off. Nobody's on top of it, and that's basically it. Oh, okay. So, yeah, sorry. Seems like my microphone is way too loud. Silent, sorry. Here we go. Quick push towards Banana, just to make sure that that first section is going to be cleared off. Aurora, at this point, well, they went for the buy on the last round, so this time around it's going to be a more of a save. And you can actually see some of the players being stacked up to the side, even that Galil. Just making sure that it's going to catch somebody on that crossfire. 35 bullets, so you can actually spray for a long time. Glad you're on the best of 5 call today, boss. Oh, Lord Tufano, Bats, welcome to the stream, brother. How you doing? How you doing? Hey, yo, I'm just gonna save you, and I'm gonna put you, I'm gonna wait up. You got my heart. Good job. The Elon Musk heart. Alright. Batsy, solo holding from, I think he's on the pit. He might be on the balcony, too. Let's see, once we're gonna see that x-ray, where that hold is coming from. You know, a bit at this point, but the quick reaction, it's actually ECLOT to catch that headshot. And basically, ECLOT going for the right side. And it's a very good start, so we're already starting to see a little bit of a default here where they actually go for the banana control at the start, making sure that Aurora, they are going to be kept honest, and from there they can actually build out a round. This time around, making the right choice with going with the A side call. It's a little bit of the gamble, but this time Mikey starting to build up a little bit of a number. That was the crossfire. And 4C, after Mikey's departure, he made sure that he's going to avenge his fallen brother. Let's see if we can actually keep this show rolling. Yeah, Mikey is insane. On his last team, Mikey was literally the player who like put up on the last rating system like 1.36 or something like that. 1 point plus 30 ratings in some of those games where they literally lost the game. So I'm actually happy to see Mikey be brought into ECLOT, but in just general, I would love to see some of these players starting to actually be picked up by a bit of higher teams. Would be very cool in the future to actually see some of these names pop up. We've actually had that happen before with, for example, Wonderful is one of those names. Now that we talk about the whole Passion UA's roster, they're actually still rocking even after losing a couple of players. So, and what happened with, I did call out Bermilov too, so he's been having a little bit of a rocky start, but of course, a very young player still, so I think he has a lot to show us. So very cool that there are players from even this level that can get that quick little jump up as long as they play well. Maybe that happens in the Finnish scene again. I'm not entirely sure. It's a little bit sad at the moment, but maybe. Let's hope for it. But yeah. Back in with that banana control. That's going to be the second smoke from the CT side. You can see a little bit of a blue tint to it. And the utility has been dropped there. That's going to be the bomb flash for the side. Meanwhile, Molotov, perfect possible timing. That is a well-played utility from the CT side, but the retake is about to get in as Grix actually comes up with the first kill. Kenzie with one. Norby already on a rotation as he's being called in. Even steps in with his own kill, and Aurora already finding a little bit of a defensive start here. That's Klax with a kill on the Detour, and Force is the only one to actually get out alive. In between the players, not losing his weapon. And a round like that, it goes tits up very quickly. They had the right idea. They played the right control. The issue was that one singular utility. They had nothing against that Molotov. Just a simple smoke could have sufficed, but it's all about the timings. While trying to push on to the side, Grix opens up the round with a nice op shot and actually backs away from it. Lets the Crossfire handle the work, and it worked out perfectly. For ECLOT, that's a bit of a bad sign in a way. Aurora getting away with a lot of money on that round. Even if they're leading, you don't want to give them a chance to actually start summing some of these rounds together. That's the utility. There is actually a one-way spot on that utility. You can use it. It's a little bit hectic. Forsey wins the first fight against Norby, so that leaves the B side a little bit on a questionable stage, but some of the players are stacking behind that Molotov, and it seems like they actually want to go for the full fight. That's the nade. A beautifully used nade. Kenzie left with 50 health. So a couple of AK bullets are going to be enough for that entry. And Grix, there's a little bit of a problem here on the CT side. They didn't go for the counter weight on the A side while they were actually being fought off on B side. So almost no information. This is a great push coming out from Patsy. He has to be careful with the first shot, and it's going to be Mikey on that first angle to win that fight. Forcing pushing in with low HP. Klax actually drops him in between. Grix drops one of the players from the balcony. That's E-Live with a quick trade. And the P250 works out superiorly. But Klax is already so close to the side. Catches one of the players on the side at TQ. Nuke swings into the fight. He needed to help his teammate, and that's Kenzie left in a 1 versus 3. From the library, he has to do a lot of work to try to get this control back. There's a 1 versus 1 coming in front of him in about a second. If he can have this, there's a little bit of a chance, but the problem is that the timer has ticked up underneath 15 already without any kits. That's basically the round done. ECLOT, they will bring this back into a winning way with 4.
Terrorists win.
A couple of mistimed. I have to say it. Aurora had the right idea on that round. On a couple of the pushes too. There were just some mistimed opportunities. Right place, right switches. The problem was that it was just a little bit off-timed. And it started off with the Patsy's push. He had the right idea, checking the right corner. He didn't fully clear it. If he got that first kill, he gets that middle control. That's basically the round done at that point. That's so much information for the side of Aurora, so they can't really lose that round. The same happened with Grix getting so quickly traded at that point. Was the issue for him. But the round starts off with a great pick from Forsey. Just pushing on towards the banana. Sorry. And just catching that first kill. Makes it happen. By the way, just a little update for the people. The reason my voice cracked like that is because I can't control my voice anymore. I'm actually getting a surgery for my throat, so that's gonna be fun. So I'm gonna be out of action after this cast for maybe a month, maybe even more. We'll see how long it takes to recover. But once we're back, I finally get full access to my own voice, which is kind of funky. We'll see what's going down with that. But meanwhile, back into the game, 1 minute 20. That's gonna be the perfect flash for that peak. Mikey getting fully blinded. That's a lot of milk on the screen. Norby catches that kill. Double set up on top of the balcony. Grix and Klax, both of the players. Holding on to their own. That's a smoke, but a quick trade coming in from Vitor. Goes in for the second one as well, but Vitor holds on to his own. And that's a nice shot coming out from Patsy to make make the round a little bit more clear for themselves. So 45 seconds left on the clock. The best that Forcing can do is either just a little bit damage or try to plant that bomb. But he has to fight for it. There's a lot of players in front of him at this point. And it seems like a save is going to be enough. Let me boost out the sounds here just a little bit. By the way, is the volume on a stream at the moment balanced? Voice in a game? Seems like it's good. Hopefully it is. Yeah, sounds like it's okay. Yeah. Production W. It's good. Perfect. That's the second round for Aurora. So the rounds that they actually win, they seem to be very much in control of. But then ECLOT, they just come out with a bit of a left side banger. They usually like to steal these rounds away, so there has been a little bit of a trend. Every single time Aurora catches a round, ECLOT turns it back into their way. So let's see if it's going to happen on this round right now. Orsi opting in for the op. That's going to be the total on that M4. Sorry, that's not an M4. That's a Mac 10. And that op was actually saved for the last round. So 3 AKs will be bought in for the rest of the players. And Lily seems like the right way is just going to be pushing into that banana. It's a perfect flash coming in from Mike in Norway. Absolutely blindfolded. Can't really do much. Kenzie playing with the mollies at the moment. He gets tagged down to 52. And right now he has to be a little bit careful. A new spot behind the sandbags. He's going to need a little bit of help from his teammates, and that's going to be the rotation. Lags. Just making sure that the balcony is going to be held off. Meanwhile, Mikey with Patsy having a bit of a duel, dropping each other players right there. Mikey with only, well, actually with 2 kills on this round. That's huge. Nuke opens up the A side, and meanwhile our camera control is way off at the moment. Because we are getting a little bit of a challenge here, trying to make sure that the bomb is not going to cross on towards the side, but the only thing you have to do is just wait. 35 seconds left on the clock. It seems like we're getting a little bit of a try for retake. Forcey with the op control, so that's going to be just a simplistic shot for him. And Grix, well, shaking his butterfly and making sure that that AK is going to be safe for the next round. Oh boy. Here we go. Oh, that was the first op shot of the round. Not catching his target. Eli will be sprayed very low on HP, but I can actually find that kill against Patsy. Was the 5-7 just spewing out bullets. That's Aurora in a very tough spot at the moment. ECLOT on their T side starting to look very nice. Very nice gameplay that we're getting from them at the moment. So, basically they just have to keep this up. And that is going to be a tough spot for them on Aurora's side. Rick's actually still opting out for that scout. We haven't really seen that much action from the scope so far. It's kind of weird on this map that the CTs get heavily punished if they decide to go for basically whatever peak except banana. So back in the days you had like swivel peaks all the time from the CT side just to make sure that they have control. Oh, that's almost a double spray, but the clock comes out. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's gonna find that kill easily. Getting tagged though, but with Kenzie on the other side of the map, Mikey is good. The question is how many players are gonna lose his life for Kenzie. That is the first one, Vitor. We'll find the early grave. The only one to actually go down on this round. And 7 pointers on the screen right now. Or wait, that's 6. So there's still 4 rounds to be played for, and a way for Aurora to actually bring this to a tied health. The issue here is that seeing what ECLOT has to give on the T side, and what kind of rounds we've already seen, I'm not entirely sure. I actually started off this best of 5 thinking that Aurora was going to dominate some of these maps. But maybe this is the Inferno trying to mind boggle me, but I'm starting to think that ECLOT actually is looking very decent as a team at the moment. That's Clack starting off the round with the first kill on the tutor. Look at the play already coming in from Nuke. They have no idea that there's a player so close. But Griggs, just by the inch of the timing, gets away from that situation. It's going to be Eli to try to challenge the log. Wait a minute. He still loses the fight against the burning player. And it's going to be Forsey and Mikey at least. From the grave, he catches a kill. Or sorry, actually, both of the players are still alive. And making this a 3 versus 2 is kind of a doable situation with a minute left on the clock. It all depends on the banana fight. Kenzie, if he finds a nice timing here to drop or do a little bit damage, I think that's done. But at the same time, ooh, showing his skin here. Team LDLC stickers. I'm not even sure if that org even exists anymore. And the push is about to come down. Kenzie, it's going to be the first line of the mollies, just to make sure he's going to burn off a couple of seconds off that timer. And to be honest, this is the right play. 30 seconds left on the clock. And ECLOT has been pushed into a spot where they gotta have to go for something now. But it's gotta be a 2 versus 1 towards the side. It's all about how Kenzie plays this. That's the second moll. Oh, are you serious? Ooh. Buster actually getting through it. Kenzie through the smoke, catches one of the players. That's a little bit damage. And just look at the plays coming in from the background. Forsey actually wins that fight. It makes this doable. 7 seconds on the clock. The problem is there's a smoke in front of him. No chance. And that is the round for Aurora, but it gets very janky here. This isn't a clean round at all. ECLOT fought until the end, and even actually saved it off for the next round. Aurora, huge problems on the CT side at the moment. And it wasn't like this was a worse map, the worst map for them or anything like that. Well, it's the second worst. Somehow I had a idea. Or no, actually, yeah, sorry, I was watching it Dust too. Yeah, Inferno is actually a decent map for them. 50% with 4 maps. 2 wins, 2 losses. Not the worst situation to be at. They have won Alliance a couple of times. Actually lost against Iberian Soul in a static. And if I remember from the past, Aurora did play this map before, but I might be confusing that with Youngbloods. I'm not entirely sure. I do have a feeling that was Aurora. Looking at all of the maps, this is like the 4th best map for them, so I'm very close to being the third best. So I'm a little bit confused in a way. Of course, it's a 71% map win rate for the side of ECLOT with 7 maps too, so it's a very good map. We are getting a little bit more tied up as we go through the pool. Anubis is going to be another ECLOT favorite, so not entirely sure what's about to happen there. But meanwhile, Kenzie starts off with the round. But it's going to be a quick trade from Forsey. A couple of the players on the T side being damaged a little bit, but not so crazy. But it is enough for the M4 to pop a couple of headshots here. And we had the right idea for the coils here. So that's going to be the flash just to shave a couple of seconds off the clock. But the idea is for him to maybe get away from this corner. And right now, it's a reset situation. Side plays coming in from the side of Aurora. Norway has a huge job here in front of him, especially as the push is getting a little bit closer towards him. The idea is to basically, if you could get a kill and get it back from that situation, that would be the best thing for Aurora. Meanwhile, if he gets domed as the first player, that's going to be a huge shock for the team, because a 3 versus 4 retake is almost going to be impossible at that point. Molotovs for the second box there. Norway just chilling inside that smoke and calling out the rest of the team for a rotation, but it seems like the full team is not actually thinking about rotating yet. And we're thinking about this as a fake still, which is kind of crazy as the bomb is already going down. That's a lot of noise being made towards the B side to try to sell this. And finally, they are letting go of that A side still, making sure that nobody's lurking around. And Aurora, we're about to see a full retake in about 8 seconds here. That's going to be the first line of the flashes. Griggs actually drops down the door. That's a very nice start. And from the B box, it's going to be MVQ. Nuke gets actually burned away. He catches a kill before going down. That's going to be the off angle for ECLOT. Getting absolutely domed on that spot. Forrest comes out with a couple of kills. Makes it a 4K and a triple at the end to hold down on it. ECLOT, they steal this round away with the help of Forsey. If there ever was a good chance to buy an op for a player to make some plays, that's Forsey on this round. Good lord. Lord Kufano bets. Almost sounds like a sponsorship. Holy. I'ma almost say some cuss words, but that was an insane round right there. Beautiful way of actually pulling it back. I was sure that it was done at that point too. If it works, it works. Oh boy. And I have to say, some people really think that the op got nerfed. Yeah. More of that, please. I was ready for this game. This is exactly what I came to watch. A full stack towards the A side. Nobody's holding the B. And right now, this seems to be one of those rounds that Aurora, they have been waiting for action on that A side for so long, finally calling for a full stack. And of course, ECLOT, they have a homing beacon of understanding at the moment where the bomb should be planted. And that's just going to be the B side being hit again. With all the problems so far, just going for that 50-50 call out for it to work again is just insane. Aurora not having the best time of their day. Stealing an AK, that's something, but for the lack of that retake, it's definitely not going to happen, especially with the time left. For them to actually run on towards the side, it's just going to take 10 seconds. Nobody even has a kit at this point, so... this is bad. Nice catch from Norway. It's the second weapon for side of Aurora, but it's just gonna be a MAC-10, nothing else, so you can actually just drop that weapon. You have enough for a buy. So the MAC-10, retake weapon maybe for the Opper. And I have to say, it's been very silent from the side of Aurora. I was actually waiting for ridiculous plays coming out for some of the individuals, but we're seeing some slacking numbers at the moment. Especially on Griggs, 6 to 8. We're talking about him. Meanwhile, ECLOT firing on all cylinders. We're bringing rounds to a win that is they have no business winning. Nuke just taking a face full of a nade right there. Mikey burning down a little bit. They actually seem to be thinking about this B-side execution again, but this time around it's all a fake. It's all a ruse. It's just a little bit more pressure for the Aurora's defense. Maybe to check if they can actually go for a couple of rotations here. That's Griggs with a kill on the detour. So the round actually starts fairly decently for the side of Aurora. Trying to lurk one of these players from the apps. Doesn't really work out with the timing. That's a minute left on the clock. Here we are. Nice catch from, oh boy. If you ever wanted a entry for that B side. That's exactly what you were looking for, but they're actually stacking that bomb towards the A side here. So this is kind of a split situation, especially if Nuke pushes through that smoke a little bit too early on. Klax could actually bring the numbers back to a little bit more of a doable situation, especially looking at the placements from these teams. They're deciding to go for the A-side play. 16 seconds left on the clock while I'm talking about it. He can hear the steps. That's going to be the push towards the side. Nobody's clearing Klax. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. The bomb is not going to hit the floor. Aurora to make the right choice with leaving one of the players on the side, ECLOT, going for the full swap. And that's going to be their downfall on that particular round. I'm actually going to say it out loud. Aurora didn't win that round. ECLOT gave them that round. At least 4 to make this more of a doable T side. But they definitely need that pistol round. Ugh. Oh boy, what a start here. Aurora. A pistol a couple of rounds after that. We might actually be talking about a close of a tied game, depending on what kind of rounds we're going to see. But that T side has to be perfect. That's a lot of emojis. There we go. Just a bit of a timeout here to wait until the round will be turned around, as we are going to be hopping into the second half. Ricks with 7-8 on the screen at the moment. I was hoping for a little bit more. Klax is actually posting some numbers at the moment. 10-8 and 9-9 on Patsy. How long has it been that Patsy was actually playing on tier 1? Was playing on Prevision Liquid for a little while, even on the Spirits lineup. The Liquid era was a little bit confusing even for me. Not entirely sure what that was all about. It was short though, like 5 months. Ooh. There we go. So, early start. Middle smoke popping in about a second. And just looking at the rest of the lineup. It seems to be just a little bit of a chill round here. They are going to be smoking off. Oh, that's just a decoy. I was wondering what kind of a smoke that is, but okay. Mikey will be the solo player holding on towards that B side. Everybody has been pretty much grouped up here from Aurora, so if they could actually find his first snappy kill, that might be already the round on its knees. That's gonna be the Molotov and the smoke. Oh, it's gonna be actually a little bit blocked right here at the start, but they do find Mikey. Kenzie just spraying that Glock at that point, so just to make sure one of those bullets is gonna hit. With the bomb going down, right now it's all about ECLOT. They kind of need that first entry to find a step in. And with that, they can just bounce in towards the site. That's going to be the second smoke already used, so there's a lot of utility in this round. Right now, Kenzie is getting into a little bit of like a closer space to make sure none of the players are going to be bouncing in towards the side. That's Dutour with a double kill on those dualies and a BQ. Nuke actually catches a couple too. And Patsy makes this a 1 versus 1 somehow from a little tight space. And it's still doable. No time! You back the beast into a wall. He comes out with a kill and steals the round away from you. That's 5 on the board for Aurora, and that wasn't that far away from a retake. Literally, I think we were talking about a couple of seconds there. So close but so far away. Patsy only had one job, and it was to burn time, and it worked out to a T. Timeout being called out. Aurora already spotting something, and this might be either one makes it or breaks it. It's actually been a little while that we've been casting some actually good CS. Like, very good CS. So, and this is just the first map. Just a little bit of a touch here. After a little bit of a lackluster CT start. There were some couple of good rounds, some couple of hectic rounds too. Couple of chaotic rounds as well. That's exactly what I want to see. So, seems like one of the players just catching a second of a pause there. It's going to be the utility spent at the start. Wait a minute. No, they're just going to take this easy. So, making sure that B-side is going to be native. We're going to see a similar buy from ECLOT that we saw from Aurora. It's going to be an M4 in the hands of Nuke and a scout for Forsey. Usually when you see that scout coming in, you really would want to see those early picks. But this time around, nothing. So the closer they get, the more useless that weapon becomes. And at the moment, they have a one-man setup on top of the balcony. I think he's under the balcony at the moment. That's going to be a molly to burn him off. No, he's actually on top of the balcony right here. Yeah, it's going to be the full swing into the action. Nobody's actually spotting him yet. I think he spotted the player, though. It's going to be the call out from the A side to actually come a little bit closer. Nobody's here protesting and everything. This is just going to be a fake from the side of Aurora. Trying to make sure that they think this is still a B-side hit, especially without any banana control. Nori will be left here alone to go for the entries. And just a simple flash is going to be enough. That nade is going to be beautiful. 35 points of health left for the player. Seems like there's a little bit of a delay with the sounds. And this is just a full rotation coming in. And Nuke actually drops the likes of Kenzie, but that's basically the A side fully open at this point. Picking up the Galil, the bomb will be going down. That's a nice catch from Long. Nori catches the timing here. And now I'm very unsure what's happening. Let me restart the stream real quick. Yeah, it seems like there's at the moment a little bit of a delay with the sound and the video. So it's been fixed. Sorry for that, boys.
Terrorists win.
Looking at this round right now. With the weapons being saved on CT side. Let's see what they can actually do about it. Maybe it's going to get fixed. There's a technical pause. Maybe they fix it. So, let's wait for it. Hopefully. We got that on a choppy. Here we go. Ooh. Yeah, it seems like the video is very off at the moment. And we're talking about multiple seconds. So hopefully this isn't confusing at the moment. Oh boy. What? Straight back into the groove. That's the early utility. I can make some sound, so a bit phew. Yeah. And just ignore the sounds after that. That's the AK coming in, so if it goes for a shot, we're gonna make those krakakaka sounds. Yeah, that's a lot of damage done. Nade utility is working out its best at this point. That's gonna be the bomb picked up. Bleep, bleep. Meanwhile, Grex is getting into a little bit of a space here, just to wait for that bomb to come in. And that's gonna be the flash. Meanwhile, need to be used towards that B side, and ECLOT, they're actually rotating players towards the A side. I'm not entirely sure where this call is coming from, especially with so much utility spent towards that B side. You wouldn't actually believe that this is even a fake at the moment. And right now, all of the T's are just walking back. Ricks, is this actually going to be like a double fake? Like a double agent inside a double agent of a group of agents? What is this? Seems like Aurora is getting ready to pop in for the site. That's going to be the smoke on top of the flower pot, and Kenzie ready to push in from the sounds that we're hearing. The AKs are just superior at the moment. That's going to be the Galil, and that's Eli actually finding the first kill with the 5-7. The Galil coming out on top. Forcing with the scout, drops one, and that's Eli to shut it down. There it is, counter-terrorists that win the round. And let's take a little bit of a break. So at the moment, the game is getting restarted because the sound is very early and the video is very late. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. By the way, I think it got fixed right now. Now it sounds to be over. Yeah. Boys, we're back in. Back inside that hole. Here we go. First round for the side of ECLOT here, and it was a very cheap round. Meanwhile, for the rest of the Aurora squad coming up, a couple of those rounds, but now that they lost one, we can see it on their economy. Just look at that. Row of pistols and a Macarino Tenorino. I actually want to see what he can actually do with this one. Norway. 5-12. Already Detour finding the likes of Kenzie. That's going to be the second kill on the Patsy. Norway actually drops one with the Mac-10, but it's going to be Nuke with the quick trade. That's going to be the high flash. Oh, that's not good. Not good at all, Mikey. You need to line up that a little bit better. Meanwhile, it will be the attempt, but as they have the weaker weapons, and to be honest, the weaker positions as well, this is just a shooting galleries for the M4. Kawabunga goes the timer, and that it will be the 10th round for ECLOT, already hitting double digits. 2 rounds away from map point. And Aurora, well, you're tasting how loss feels like. Words in English. Here we go again. Oh, you can actually boost your teammate with a very high quick push there. We've actually seen Oppers do that every single time. I think that's like a monastery staple at this point on Inferno. Oh, that's a pretty wall. I like that. The texture is just great. Detour falling back from the apps, giving a little bit more space. ECLOT playing a little bit of a different style this time around, not being that aggressive. So with a couple of players actually rotated towards the A side, with only a player holding on towards the B. Banana. B, banana. A side seems to be locked in. So if Aurora, they want to go for the play here, they have to go for very good shots. And just looking at the weaponry at the moment, it's just Glocks and Deagles. Oh boy. But if they could actually open it up with a couple of Deagle shots, we have seen some crazier plays before. That already could be something. But to make that happen, it's going to be a swan song. Catch on that first player, just a little bit damage. Both to the sides. Patsy Getting onto the second pillar, that's gonna be the flash for the log. So the team help actually works out. And right now, 4C will catch the likes of Norway. That's 4C with a nade on top of it. Live actually even steps into the craziness here. Okay, Klax is starting to give us some deagle shots. Here we go, a triple, but it's gonna be the Mikey's flank to actually win it. To make the biscuit stick. So, for a second there, I start to believe, but every time you hear that first and the second deagle shot, hit that clink, clink, at that point, it kind of raises your eyebrows like, oh, it's happening. For a second there. For a second there. Oh, boy. They guessed that! So, how to butcher a name one-on-one. That's gonna be the side push towards the lane. And, oh, Klax actually starts off the round with a cheeky kill. Comes up with the second one of the Mikey. Okay, this round. A quick early shot for them. For him, actually. Making this a double entry. That's gonna be him opening up the door like a gentleman for Kenzie. But the problem is Kenzie doesn't know how to walk through it. So he gets dropped. Oh, sorry, that was actually Norway. Kenzie gets the trade. Yeah. Hey, brother, I hope you're the best after surgery. Simply the best non-tier 1 caster for real. Thank you, our goat. You're a very good boy. Yeah. It's nothing that serious, but it's just gonna fuck up my voice for a little second, so. After it's done, we're back in the action, but it might take a couple of months. I'm sorry. But yeah, we have some great casters in on APL, so just listen. That's a cooked chicken, by the way. That's a very roasty chicken. And now it just disappeared. That's magic. So, two-man hold at this point, ECLOT. They have the middle control. If they can actually drop a player, this could be a lot more doable, especially with the split coming in from behind. Nuke wins the fight against Glax. And that's a very nice kill. Nuke actually comes up with his own kill. And that is going to... Sorry, Forcey came up with his own kill at the same time. So that's 2 versus 2. Grex with Kenzie. A 4 versus 2 lead that will be given away. Is this seriously happening at the moment? Forcey and the catches one through the smoke. And Kenzie shows his head while jumping. And that's a triple kill for Forcey. 12 on the board. ECLOT, Aurora, if there's a way to lose some rounds in the most hideous way possible, that's how you make it happen. Oh no. Of course, for a best of 5, this is just the start, but that will dictate how some of these rounds will be going on until we finish. That's a slap. Ugh! Slap. Slap. Okay. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I can't control that. God. that was an accident. Think about the fact I can't control it. So Mikey, we have the camera on the wrong location at the moment, but he starts off the round with a nice kill. That will be, and yes, I do love butter chicken. Very tasty. Players stacked up from middle. That's the deep smoke from Banana. And right now, looking in to get a bit of a control here. Aurora, they will be giving Banana control away. Just looking at the fact at the moment, oh, ECLOT, they're definitely going to go for the right call out. If this is going to be an A-side hit, they already have 4 players here. I'm not entirely sure how they have the balls to play B-side with a player for this long, but what is happening on middle? How is a player actually looking at the wrong possible plays, but Nuke still can't actually get that kill? Are you serious? The quick turnaround for the spray works out to a T. Klax with 6 HP left alone. And this is going to be the attempt for the B-side again, and of course ECLOT, they rotate a member back towards that site. At the worst possible timing to actually fend it off. And this is going to be the first spray through the smoke. Mikey, the only job he has is to try to take down the bomb. There's 10 seconds on the clock. That's going to be the jump in towards the fight. Kenzie wins it. And the bomb will be planted. And this is going to be a full retake in about a second. A scout in midst of these players. Klax. He has to do some ridiculous work with it. And just looking at the spot where he's holding, that's going to be Banana. So it's going to be the CT cross where he has to focus in about a second. And the rest of the players, the only thing they have to do is just stay alive as long as they can. 16 seconds left on the clock. Every single player holding a kit. That's going to be the first player from the dark to be dropped. Grix comes out with his own, but Detour making sure that they have just a little bit more of a chance. Trying to stick onto the bomb. He can't find a 5-second defuse. Already going till the bust. And that's Aurora with 7 rounds on the board. Making it look easy. That's a joke. It was very far away from an easy round. Is there a chance? I am not sure. But if there is, it's in the form of 5 rounds in a row. Oh! I literally sound like a fucking chicken at the moment. Like a, what is it? Not a chicken. What is the a pheasant or something like that? I'm not entirely even sure what it is, but like the bird that makes the weird noises every single time. So I sound like that at the moment. That's my life. It's very cool to go into the Tinder trap, dates and stuff. Talk like this. That's a nice catch from Norby. Okay, one of the players absolutely just dropped. And on a full buy too already, crossing the side. So this is definitely going to be a B-side hit with the player lurking. The bomb has been actually left behind. If that middle duel... Oh boy, okay, so Klax wins the fight into on the lane at least. So if he lost that fight, that's the bomb down. They have no control of it anymore. Meanwhile, this is one of the weirdest rounds that I'm looking. They have the full B-side control, but the bomb is just on the opposite end of the site. Finally, they're thinking about retrieving it. And ECLOT, well, they are just going to be saving. Nothing more they can actually do. Here we go. Are we getting a delay at the moment? Because I heard the bomb actually being... Ooh. We're having some computer issues. Here we go. Got Bluey goes the bomb. So, after this one, I think we're gonna get a little bit of a reset on the stream, so to fix the issues that we have. Let's see. We're getting a little bit closer. Every single round will be a map point round for the side of ECLOT until they win one, or we hit overtime. And the question is overtime doable? Is it easy? Or breezy, easy? Hey, Turkey was the bird that I was talking about. Turkey. Gobble, gobble. That's exactly the bird that I was talking about. Oh, yeah, that's what I sound like. Took me a little while. I was like, it's like the name of a country or something like that. Then for some reason, I was thinking about Canada. Like, what kind of a bird is that? But yeah. Gobble, gobble. Turkey. That's what I sound like at the moment. Yeah, that's my life. But we're good. A bit of a timeout here. Waiting for the teams to reset. So every time you hear a... Okay, let's actually make this a show. Every time you hear a voice crack in between this best of 5, sorry. Just post this turkey in the chat. And welcome to the stream, Wheezy. How you doing, brother? Post this turkey to make me sound perky. Back into the game. That's round 21 on the board. 1 minute 30. A couple of seconds has been played already. And this is Aurora. Starting to mount a little bit of a side here in the T side. But of course, a simple mistake could be the end of it all. So ECLOT, they're just looking for that one little round. One round to make it happen. And right now, that's just gonna be a little bit work to be done here. A bomb being dropped for his teammate, Kenzie. Thinking about getting a little bit closer here. And just looking at the buy in this round, it's going to be a couple of those USBs, an AWP, and an M4 to save the weapons. Oh, Eli almost sticking his head into a corner where it's not supposed to. That's Clax dropping 4C, so one of the AWPs being dropped, that's going to be one of the USBs as well. Or the only AWP. And that's the flash for long. And this is supposed to be a very safe plant. As long as nothing crazy happens. For example, a computer crash or something like that. So, Aurora, they are going to be posting their 9th round. And looking at the weapons being safe, that's an AK and an M4. I think we're going to see a buy on the next one, especially with the loss bonus. Even an AWP coming into the round. Yeah. Oopie doopie.
Terrorists win.
And so goes off the bomb. That is 3 rounds for Aurora to try to bring back in. And yes, we're watching the counter going down. That's going to be the full buy from the side of ECLOT. So, from us on eLive, everybody else actually opting in for good weaponry. And we have a full stack of utility too. So, even a little bit money saved from Forsey. Maybe Forsey's a little bit selfish. eLive, save that weapon. Just sell it. Forsey could have dropped you an M4. But hey, this is not a team play. Oh boy. There we go. This round seems to be stepping off in the right direction at the moment with Mike and Eli getting decked down very low. Patsy. That's just that first early damage with 17 points of health, just trying to limp around. And Inferno, when it's very on its way, especially with that Molotov after it extinguished, they're actually going to push it in here. It's just going to be Eli trying to hold on to this one. Not actually going to go for the swing. He's just going to play the control from the side. That's going to be the right decision. Some utility being spent there for the cross, and it seems like this is all a fake. It's a ruse. This is just a scam. It's a rug pull from Aurora. You think it's gonna be a B-side play? Huh. We're definitely gonna hit A side here. And the first steps are about to get in. Grix, first one in line, go for that peak. That's actually got to be Norby to lose the life of Nuke. Big Force, he comes up with a double. That's Tutor with one, but Norby steps in to help out his teammates. It's a little bit of a sloppy fight towards the pit, and it's actually a 2 versus 2 with a couple of the players on the ECLOT side. Very low HP, but the time runs out, and that is going to be the game. 13-9 is all they get. Just a little bit of a sloppy push there at the end, and they lose their control, which they had, and that's the map. So Inferno will go, well, for the way of ECLOT Dynamo, and they're actually looking very good at the moment. So on the CT side, a couple of slacky rounds here and there, a couple of sloppy plays, but individually they're actually looking like they're on fire at the moment. So we are going to be hopping into the second map of this game, which will be on, give me a second, let me actually check out because I already forgot. I have a memory of a goldfish. We're going to be hopping into Nuke, and that's going to be Aurora's own pick. Nuke was, for the bettors out there, anybody who's actually betting for this map, in paper, it's a 50-50 map in a way. So it's a 55% win rate for the side of Aurora, but with more maps played from the side of ECLOT, it's 40. Usually like to call that, okay, they have played it a little bit more. They're kind of stacked up. But as Aurora is going to pick this map up, I think there's a little bit of an ace in his sleeve. So let's take a little bit of a break and hop back into Nuke and check out what's about to happen. Could we make this a 1-1 or is this going to be a 2-0? as we're going to be hopping into Nuke Town. It's a town from COD, but on this version of the game, this is going to be one of the known maps of the series. And yeah, I have to say, ready for this to actually happen. This is going to be the Aurora's pick. So for them to actually pull it back into a more doable number to maybe take this series. This is a nice peek from Kenzie on that B250. Catches the first player. That's Griggs with the second one. ECLOT comes up with the equalizing shot, but they're still leading with a man here. Ruby already has the secret control. That's going to be Klax trying to push down one of the players from the ramp away. And Norway with a nice timing to drop down Detour. Bomb will be planted, and that's about to be the round. A 4 versus 2, especially on the retake with a couple of the players. They have to do a lot of work here to get onto the site. And it seems like Nuke with E-Live, they're decided to go for the save. That's going to be the right call out. Let the bomb go off, try to save the armor that you had. And just that one USB.
Terrorists win.
And here we are. Getting just a little bit closer to those gun rounds. That's where the game really starts. Once both of the teams, they have a little bit of a longer stick on their hands. That's usually where some of these rounds get converted. Now the question is ECLOT going to go for the buy? Of course they are. That's going to be the full line of 5.7s. A dually on Mikey with $750 saved for the next round. And that's going to be Forcey with a Scouty. Scouty, Scout, Scout. And right now, again, especially with the buy that they had, that Scout is usually a weapon I like to see in action at the start. But on the series, they've actually tried to navigate around that play. Which kind of leaves the buy into a little bit of a questionable spot. That's a little bit damage done. Klax takes a lot of damage. That's Nuke with a kill on the Patsy. Okay, ECLOT. They're actually pushing in for more. This is starting to get out of hand. Nuke swings into the action. Maybe a little bit too crazy of a play there. So low in HP. So, a 4 versus 3 with a couple of the players hit a little bit, but the control goes for the side of ECLOT. That's a couple of the weapons on the floor, by the way. So if they want to go for the picks, especially from the Squeaky, that's going to be working out for them very well. Detour, just a single tap to the face. That's Griggs. Falling down to the pavement. Norway drops down Detour. And Mike is still in the action, actually getting flanked from the side. And such a great work from the side of ECLOT. Being turned around here as the rifles, they actually do find a little bit more of a controlling spot. That's the AK picked up. Kenzie will be bringing this bombs just a little bit closer towards the side. It's onto his teammate, try to take as much control as he can. Elive has a ridiculous spot. Goes for the swing at the worst possible timing. Both of the players literally just staring at him. And Norway left with 2 HP. So, Forcey. The scout shot misses. Hits the second. That's actually his teammate shooting him. And Kenzie wins the fight. This is a very confusing round. A lot of damage done to their economy, especially with the team kill, but they do win the round. But at the same time, it was a force buy, so they don't have the money for this one. Confusion sets in. Utility to open up that door. That's going to be the line of utility force for the main. Already Aurora. The quick outside play. ECLOT left kind of defenseless here. So the bomb is definitely going to go down, and for a retake with the pistols that they have, they might actually catch a couple of exit kills here and there. And to be honest, they've actually come up with some very nice weaponry in this round. the bomb will definitely go off in about a second. And that's 4C. Trying to hurt the players into a little bit of a better spot, but seems like that's a little bit of a dink. Kaboom! And Kenzie left with 4 HP. There's a lot of team fire at the moment going on in this all of the game. Aurora with 3 rounds in a row. 2 of them just a little bit questionable. In the actual 1 round so far that is a little bit questionable. The first and the third round, very one-sided. And finally, we're about to see the buy coming in from the CT side. So this is 4C rocking that up, of course. And he did a very good job on the CT side of Inferno. Even on the T side, to be honest. Yeah, just absolutely clutching around there. Now, could he do the same here? That's going to be the moment to separate one of these players. Patsy left in a little bit of a... Actually finds a kill on the Nuke. Shows a little bit too much leg there. That's a good play. Already pushing on towards the side. E-Live can do nothing about it. That's a double entry against weaponry with a Mac 10. Already defense going tits up while the rest of the players are looking into save these weapons. And ECLOT, if there ever could be a good timing for a timeout, this could be it. To have a bit of a conversation on what the hell happened in that round. A Mac 10 to entry. 2 of the players. Good utility usage though, but... The first one is a little bit of a given one, but the second one onto the site? Hello? ¿Qué está pasando? Click-clack goes the bomb. And as Aurora are looking into saving 5 weapons, this economy is starting to actually get very out of control. Look at Grix and Patsy's money, very close to that 10k already. Patsy almost at 9k at the moment. This is something that you're not looking forward if you're ECLOT at the moment. Inferno was a great pick. Nuke, especially on looking at Aurora's start here, very Aurora-sided. So if they can actually keep this up, we might be very much talking about an Anubis comeback. It's gonna be the line of utility for main again. This time around, we're seeing the same style of play coming out from ECLOT. Not really going for any of the picks. That's gonna be actually Micah to drop down Potsy at the start. So, something that works out for them. That's the smoke for the lower side, and he's gonna go through the smoke. Perfect timing. Grix is so focused on towards the lobby players that he just gets absolutely debunked there. Meanwhile, the bomb will be planted towards the lower side, and it's going to be a full 5-man retake. And Nuke is the only one who's a little bit hit on this retake. So Aurora, could they hold on to this? This could be a great round to actually bring back into a win. That's going to be the first round of this defense. Lowering with flags to come up with a couple of kills. Kenzie makes that a double. And that's the one sole player left in a 1 versus 1. And that's going to be Forcey. A smoke on towards the side, looking for the bomb. He has to go for the full defuse. And that's a shot to the side of the head. Kenzie with 2 HP actually clutches it with a singular shot. And there it is. The 5th round on the table. ECLOT. The best looking round in a while, and they let it slip. Aurora looking like they're on fire at this moment. Clack's the only one on the server with 1 kill at the moment, but to be honest, he hasn't had that many situations either. Same goes for Greg, so the main players are literally just opening and closing this game at the moment. That's going to be Kenzie, Norway, and Patsy. Norway in a couple of situations, but it's mostly been Kenzie. 8 kills. That's an 8 KD. Of course, we're very early on, but very nice start for him. 134 ADR on the server as well. So definitely rocking the scores here. Go. Early utility spent. Again, that's going to be the floor molly to make sure that the CTs can't go for that corner there. And a very defensive start here from Aurora. Maybe thinking about a push. That's going to be the nade to open up the smoke from both sides. And just getting caught off with utility in his hand. Worst possible timing. And by the way, ECLOT, they bought back into the game, but the utility department is not going to be perfect. So just a couple of smokes, flashes, and nades, and the smokes has been already used. With 3 equipment left. And this is going to be one of those rounds where ECLOT, they kind of have to go for shots here. Nice shot from Patsy to drop down the door. That's just a single or a molly just to make sure. Nobody's going to be pushing him from hell. Meanwhile, Kenzie wins the fight against 4C. That's the kill for him outside. And it really looks like Aurora is just running away with this half already. This is just going to be the bomb planet. Nuke absolutely actually catches a kill. That's Mikey with 1, so brings it back to 3 versus 3. The bomb still planet. But from the catwalk, it's a very good angle for Norway to win the upcoming fight. Mikey left close to the double doors. If he wants to go for the quick swing before the players get away, he's not going to go for it. It's going to be the window play. Patsy turns away a little bit prematurely there. And it's going to be Norway with a push from ramp. Catches the likes of LE Live. And Mikey left alone in a 1 versus 2. Now the question is, does he have a hint where the players could be? Nope. Just leaving the whole side alone, saving that M4 for the next round. And that's it. Aurora with another round on the board, 6 to make it clear. ECLOT, nothing. Kaboom, kaboom.
Terrorists win.
That's a good energy drink. Let's go. So, to make the T side work, I'd say 4 to 5 rounds is the least you need here. Especially on your enemy's map pick, maybe even more. To be honest, so far, Aurora showing us a hell of a side. Sorry, boys. And right now, just going through a tech pause. We will be waiting. Waiting for a miracle. Looking at another buy coming out. That's MP9s, 5.7s, 157, sorry, and an AK on Mike is saved from the last round. A couple of $1,000 actually saved. They can actually go for a buy in the next round as well. So at least on the economy department, ECLOT is kinda doing well. Of course, the buys are not gonna be perfect. There has been some talks in the scene that maybe the CT economy finally should be raised. Valve, please, hello. We've needed, to be honest, in my opinion, we've needed that change for like 7 years now. So maybe we're gonna see a raise on that CT economy, or to make the weapons a little bit cheaper. It's so crazy at the moment how much CT sides still cost. That's almost the hits coming out from Greg's. Very close to catching that jump. Need to open up the smokes, and right here. That's Mike actually catching the likes of Kenzie. That's the Molotov for the hut. The rest of the players starting to zip, and that's the flash for the ramp. And the players just still actually looking for a kill. That's Patsy making a very good entry towards the ramp. Detour getting rocked on that spot. And Mikey He's already down with his teammates. There's a little bit of a crossfire set up there. Nuke from the outside wrap is just basically holding down the lobby control at the moment. They don't need any other players towards the A side. The only right play for the side of Aurora, without actually getting challenged by any of the CTs, could be just to push in from heaven. But it's going to be a landslide call out. You have no idea what kind of setup they have over there. Right now, they are going to be herded towards the lower side of the play here. Elive holding down with Mikey. And I think that is even an extra player. I think that's, yeah, that's Forcey. Waiting for that peak to happen. A full setup made towards here. That's going to be faster with the first kill. Nobody's going to be actually... That's the second player being opened up. Clax even opened us up. This is just absolutely one-sided at the moment. Aurora, with a full B-side stack, opens it up like... it almost looked like they had a key to the door. Not even getting challenged on that push. It's just ridiculous. Oh boy. ECLOT, they have a lot to learn from Nuke. I think on the end of the last map, I did kind of say that ECLOT might have a chance here to pull out with a couple of maps here at the start, but at the moment, this is a full Aurora show. Those were some very well-placed peaks.
Terrorists win.
Patsy goes down with the bomb. That's Nuke. Dropping down Glax, but... At this point, I'm not entirely even sure what's real anymore. Does it matter? Go, Mikey. Early kill to start it off. That is going to be Clax with a quick trade onto Nuke, but Elive steps in with his own kill. Already with the squeaky control. Have a little bit more space to play around with. That's Grex dropping down Mikey, so bringing it back to 3 versus 3, but with a quick kill from Elive, they gain the man advantage. And even I'm at the moment a little bit confused with all the X-rays going on. What is happening in this round? ECLOT decided to go for the quick lobby crunch, it seems like. Meanwhile, Aurora pushed a couple of players outside. Right now, after a ridiculous Inferno win, ECLOT is looking to reset their bearings. Rix and Norway deciding to stack up here with 35 seconds left on the clock. Now the question is, what kind of a play could they go for? This is the tour. Oh no. Oh no. This is not good. This is very not good. Oh, that's a shot to the face. Already knowing where Detour is playing from as well. That's going to be the utility to try to push him back, so the A-side play is going to be the way that they're going to go. So, the bomb could be planted, and this is just going to be a reset situation. It's 3 versus 2 with a special Detour already getting a little bit closer. That's the flash for the CT side fence, so the player can actually push out. And Norway already on a flank. He could actually catch both of the players. That's going to be the first one from the backstab. And close to the silo, Detour has been left in an incredibly impossible situation. Grix domes him. And that will be Aurora to post 8. And this is getting ridiculous. With a round like that, basically without any control at all, they actually pull it back into a win. And ECLOT, well, they're left with their hands just begging for scraps. There's a very cool emoji of a homeless emoji, like begging for stuff. I love that's my, yeah. Hello. At the moment, I have no idea what to say. A couple of funky plays there. They were so sure that both of the players were going to be pushing from the A main or heaven. And so far, it didn't really work out. Here we go. Gobble, gobble. Quick push towards the upper side. Seems to be the way to go. Already win the first fight from the side of Nuke, dropping Kenzie, but it's gonna be Patsy with Rex. They open it up easily, and so far the control has fallen totally for the side of Aurora. And this has to be a great start here for them. 8 rounds in a row here to make it a 9 with a little bit of a flank coming outside. So Mikey, if you could actually drop the scales with a couple of kills, that would be doable for them on that retake. But so far what we have seen is just saves after saves. ECLOT opting out for another one. So this is just going to be another round for the side of Aurora. And yeah, at the same time, we're actually having a Catawise event. I have to say, this is going to be a very nice... Oh, well, he did get a couple of kills, but the problem is after the bomb actually went off, that's going to be the second kill on the pack, third kill on the Patsy. Lax just limping away, but it doesn't matter. 9 rounds in a row, it doesn't matter if even if they lost everything on that round, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't. ECLOT haven't done anything on their CT side so far. By the way, who are people rooting for on the IEMs at the moment? If I remember correctly, it's still Spirit, Navi, Mongols, and who else is playing? And Heroic is actually playing against Passion UA at the moment, yeah. Full A side push. Lax wins the first fight against Titor, and this is just the same old, same old. Finally, some kind of retaliation from the CT side, but Nuke with the kill onto Patsy, very low on HP. Has to be a little careful, especially after a shot like that. That is just Lax dropping Forcey before he even gets to play. And that's Nuke in a 1 versus 3, and to be honest, it seems like he wants to save that AK. There's a lot of people saying Vitality, Mongols even. It would be crazy if Mongols won, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm gonna say Navi and Vitality for me seems to be the best options. Spirits being kinda iffy lately, yeah, they just won a major, so it's like the post-major hangover. We keep seeing it. Yeah, the thing with Vitality at the moment is that I'm not entirely sure where they're at. It seems like at the moment they can beat anyone, and some days even lose against anyone, so it's a little bit of an unstable team, you know, of course, because the recent roster change, so they just need a little bit more time to be more stable, but they've been looking very good already, so nothing to scoff at. Their map pool is very questionable in a way, so when you look at it, only 3 maps, 100% of course, 71% on Mirage, but the rest of the maps, either 0 or 40%, so they only play 4 maps basically. Which is kind of interesting. The same goes for Mongols, almost on the total opposite end. So I'm gonna say the vetoes are gonna basically say a lot. Vitality and Black Band Anubis, Mongols, maybe Dust or Inferno. I'm gonna go with Dust. Pix, Inferno, Ancient. I'm not sure. Maybe Inferno Anubis, we're gonna see that. Decider maybe on Mirage? I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna see. But yeah, back into the groove. That's 10 rounds in a row. Kenzie. Well, this is basically the same script than we had before this. This is just literally Aurora just walking outside or wherever they're pushing at that point and just getting their kills. There's a little bit of a contact coming in from the trophy room, which is going to work out for Detour this time around. Let's see. That's gonna be the burn underneath the vent. Detour comes out with his own kill against Norway, so that's gonna be a couple of shots for him. But Patsy and Grix, they do pull it back to a man advantage, and with the bomb already being planted, for ECLOT, to be honest, at this point, even saving the weapons doesn't really do much. The rounds that they have lost is just ridiculous. 11th on the board. That's 1 and 1 together. It's not 2. 11. The only team who has a chance against Spirit is Na'Vi. Yeah. And I wouldn't even say that they have to even play perfect. Na'Vi has just a very good understanding how Spirit plays. I would actually go the extra mile and say that if Spirit, they don't get like a crazy performance, that could be a very close match, or Na'Vi is just gonna win it. They've had a couple of... Well, of course you're gonna get that dog performance, but I think they need like the firepower from Shiro and everybody else at the same time. Ugh. So there can be sloppy plays, but Spirit hasn't had that many issues in that department. And to be honest, the more they have played, the better they have become. So yeah, it's gonna be a tough match. I'm gonna say it has a little bit more percentage for the side of Spirit, but it's a very 50-50 match. The one that I'm most interested about is gonna be Vitality versus Mongols. Mongols getting into the semifinals is just crazy. Ooh, I love that. Alexi B being choking. He's not choking. He's not sucking on those glizzies. He's just Alexi B. So yeah. What map is it? This is a nuclear plant. The Chernobyl one. Patsy. The small catching Detour. That's Klax with the second kill on the Nuke, and this is exactly where we were left off the last time around. Just kills for the Aurora side. And at this point, I'm not entirely even sure what I'm casting at the moment. Oh, Kenzie going a little bit wild here. Oh, thinking about the utility. It's gonna be the Molly and a shot to the body. 4C. Catches the likes of Kenzie, but at this point, A side is fully open. This is just gonna be their round. Unless we're gonna see something absolutely loco from the side of ECLOT. Yeah, this is just a chatting stream at the moment, so if you have any ideas what you guys want to talk about, let's just talk about it. Doesn't really matter what's happening in the game. I'm just kidding. No. We might see a resurgence, and it's actually pretty cool to see Aurora being this well trained on this map. 5. Let's catch one. That's gonna be Mikey with one at least, but 4C left in a 1 versus 2 with 9 seconds without a hit. Is this gonna work out? Well, it's not. Glax catches that last kill. That's gonna be a flawless 12 there. So they are going to need some ridiculous ladders on the side of ECLOT for this not to be a blown out game. Because already the first half going totally for the side of Aurora. If they just win the pistol, this is going to be a 13-0. Might be the first 13-0 I'm actually casting on CS2. So yeah, I don't remember ever seeing a fully lost. Yeah, this is gonna be the first one. Now the question, what's in the script? Are we gonna get that? Is there actually a possibility to bet for a 13-0? You wanna know what the best joke about this is? I'm not actually gonna say it because it's just gonna make me a little bit sad. But, well, I'm gonna say it. 4C was rocking on the Inferno side of the first map. Here he has 2 kills. And I think that was Detour with 3. So, just saying. Meanwhile, getting back into the action, Mikey with 13-8. To be honest, it doesn't even look like it's on a site that has 0 rounds at the moment. ¿Qué está pasando? But yeah, meanwhile, the rest of the squad here from Aurora, almost everybody rocking a 10. This is Detour. Time to show some... Oh god. Oh no. This is a couple of great kills already for Grix. There's a little bit of a gap inside that smoke. Oh god. Glax even comes out with a kill, but at least Detour with MBQ. So Nuke, they will find the respectable kills to bring this back into a little bit more of a doable round right now. So 4C Picks up the bomb like the little helper he is, and that's gonna be Norway. If he catches these 2 kills, makes this a 13-0, I am going to personally donate a helicopter into the chat. Of course, that's a joke. Let's see. Norway getting a little bit closer from the main. The first one is going to be Forsey. Misses the first shot there. And this is just Detour hiding behind the CT side fence. Oh, Norway gets the kill on the Forsey, but he was so low after that one. So Detour will steal the chances of a 13-0. The first time in my CS2 career. I'm a little bit bummed out. I am sad. Very sad. I'm actually going to allow that comment. That's a good comment. Very intellectual. Plus 10 to this one. I'm going to mark it with a turkey. Enjoy it. Let's actually put this as a pinned comment as well. So, back inside the action. A couple of shots out of that AK. Not really finding a target. But Mikey already dropped to 14. This is a buy round from the side of Aurora. And it's been a while. It's been a long, long while that I've actually seen a UMP being bought. I don't even remember the sound that it makes. Makes it like... What? How does it work? I have no idea. We're about to see. Relax. Please show us some worth. That's $600 per kill too, so... Or did they change it? Is it 300 now? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, me too. Forgot that gun was in the game, so... Outside fights coming out. That's Nuke being dropped to 32, and Detour with 61 HP actually makes these pistols and M4, these SMGs a little bit more powerful at this point. We are seeing a little bit of a push here. It's gonna be the first step inside Clax with Norby. Oh, the hold is actually starting to work out a little bit better for you with Nuke. They do pull it back to 2 versus 2, but both of the players on the CT side very healthy on HP department. Nuke is a little bit low. He has to be a little bit careful, especially with the side tag. That's going to be Patsy with the perfect timing on the push at the same time, too. And Nuke left in a 1 versus 2. With 32 points of health, anything that hits him is going to be a bad time. And as we are seeing the scout just looking for that timing... Ooh, 10 sec. Oh, this round is done. Yeah, this is just done. I think it's done. Yeah. Well, that was one of the greatest end to a round, I guess. So action-packed. Yeah, that was very anticlimactic. Yeah, so Nuke was an absolute banger of a map for the side of Aurora. And I have to say that it didn't even look like it was close. So we are going to be hopping into the next portion of the maps. I'm not entirely sure what to even say about that. It just looks like ECLOT, they weren't even on a server. Meanwhile, Aurora, they were just pulling rounds out of their asses at that point. There was a 2 versus 4 that they pulled back into a win. And especially from locations like that, you have basically no lobby control. You have no outside control at that point either. You just pull it back to a victory. That's just crazy. But hey. It's their map, it's their pick, it's their win, and we are going to be hopping next to ECLOT's pick, which will be Anubis, and that was a voice crack, yes. And let's actually check what's about to happen on that map as Aurora. They actually have 20% win rate on that map with 5 maps, so that's 1 out of the 5 maps won. Meanwhile, for ECLOT, it's going to be a 46% map win rate with 13 maps played. So this is going to be an interesting one. I'm not entirely sure what it's all about, but let's take a break and check out what's about to happen on Anubis. Welcome back! Nice headshot. So, welcome back to the stream. I just have to finish my salad there, sorry. That's gonna be the first shot of the round, but quick trade coming out of the tour. Meanwhile, A side seems to be the right way to go. A couple of attempts here, and that's gonna be the bomb going down from Aurora. Already starting off Anubis with a bang here, especially as an ECLOT pick. If they could win this map out of him, this could be the way to go. That is going to defend against the retake. 4C actually drops down Griggs to bring him back to a 3 versus 3. A little bit more doable, especially as they have the kids and they're on the bomb already. Nobody's shooting at the player. This is definitely going to be around. ECLOT steals it right in front of their eyes with a simplistic smoke defuse. And it works out to a T. All right. Already both of the teams on this series with a map up. One on the board for both, and that's going to be ECLOT with the first round here. Just looking at the Aurora's buy at the moment, especially after a round like that, it seems like they want to go for the force buy. Just a little bit money saved for a couple of the players. It's going to be the FAMAS overrun. Black is going to get that kill force. He catches one, and that's going to be the second kill of the round. But meanwhile, B side will be emptied. So 2 versus 2 will be left here. Glax with Rex looking for that perfect opportunity on that plant, but it's going to burn. To push Glax away from the site, but he did get the bomb down, so this is definitely going to be a retake from ECLOT. And a little bit more of a questionable. The smoke to cover up the main was a little bit damaged. Glax actually has a very good idea here. He's going to help Griggs as much as he can. Almost goes for the double spray. Mikey comes out with a quick trade there, but with the bomb in the perfect position, that smoke is not actually going to do much. Glax spots Mikey, and it seems like Mikey went for the kits, and it's going to be on the corner of that smoke that Glax catches that 4K. Aurora on the board already. And Glax with a 4K to start off. That's a ridiculous amount of kills. Here we go. So, that's gonna be the early holds, just to make sure nobody's going to be pushing around those areas. And looking at the rest of the teams, they are looking into playing this round just a little bit slower from the T side, just to make sure they're not gonna get off guard, timed off guard on any of these spots. Those deals, they still are scary, especially with that 157 on the right spot. You can actually end the lives of a couple of players right there. And Aurora with the middle control, they can actually create a lot of plays with this one singular point, especially with a player left outside of the A main. The late lurk, he can do a lot of work from here. Norway already dropping down forces, so the rest of the players knows there's a push coming in, and that's Glax with Norway. They just absolutely open up this side, no problem at all. And that is about to be it. Five, 7 Locks in to save that armor and a smoke. Ooh, that's a very one-sided one-tap. Okay, let's see. Getting the shot of his life there. That's gonna be Eli with the second kill. That 5.7 is actually... It needs a nerf. Almost every weapon except the... to be honest, that would actually throw the AK to the full as well. The reason why CS at the moment, in my opinion, is so crazy is because the AK resets so easily. So, basically all of the weapons except the M4, everything needs a nerf. Except the Op2. The Op is okay. USB Glock, those are cool. Deagle, in my opinion, is a very good spot. Everything else, nerf it. Make it worse. Aurora. And to be honest, the Scout is good. The Scout is in a good place. I'm okay with that. Maybe it's a little bit too jiggly how quickly you can reset with it also, but you go with the outer nerfs first. And if the Scout is a problem, you take a couple of points from the reset accuracy. That's a very nice flash. The problem is Kenzie's way too close to that corner. I don't know if the bullets from Scouts is a problem. I've never seen anybody actually use that to a working position. Nuke is on the platform, by the way. Kenzie. Flax, meanwhile, drops everything else from Scouts. Goes to it, but Nuke has to be a little bit careful here. Oh, he's gonna be found out, yeah. So the bomb is going to go down, and this is definitely Eli left in a 1 versus 4 alone. And for him to save that M4 could be huge. Ooh, that's a kill for him. The perfect way. Getting onto it.
Terrorists win.
Here we go. A bit of a try here. Off to the D side. Actually not opting in for duels. Right now, this spots are just getting a little bit closer from the con. Just need to open up the smoke. Nobody's on the other side though. So, right here. ECLOT could go for a little bit of information right now. Especially with their turnaround. They're actually turning a player towards that rotation on that A side, so... already thinking that this could be a possible A-side hit, no information so far. The problem is that Aurora, they have played this round so perfectly from canals. This is just gonna be a couple, players hit up in about a second. That's gonna be the drop from the bridge. And the utility landing on the side should be the mark of the end. A good Molotov to try to stop the push. Nobody's there to actually re-smoke it. That's another line of a smoke that they have to actually go through. And from the B main, somebody has to entry to help out his teammates. It's gonna be the full 3-man setup already pushing in. No utility at all. Just the full AKs to swing in. Grix with that op actually drops him on 1. And Batsy to plant that bomb. 3 versus 4. With the players very close to a retake, but it seems like ECLOT, they have had the call. They are going to be saving on this round. Forsey trying to keep that up alive as long as he can. And ECLOT, this is the most they can actually do on a round like this. Off we go. And tactical pause starting to seep in from ECLOT as they win a round. They find themselves in a bit of a loss here. A nice time to have a little bit of a conversation what they want to actually go for. Seems like even the TV shut down. Set up here. For a second, it looked like they were actually getting ready for that B main flash. ECLOT decided to actually leave that. Ooh, what a nice spray through the smoke. Catches Patsy. Nuke with the first early kill. Maybe getting a little bit lucky with that spray, but it works out. If it works, it works. It's gonna be the molly and the smoke set up here. Nice pop flash too, and that's a lot of utility being spent from Norby. The only thing he has to do is just to try to either take middle control or try to push some of the players here. Oh, that's a very questionable peek coming in from Nuke with agility on his head, going so wide. Klax even finds the second kill onto Mikey. Are you serious? A double entry towards the A side. That is going to be the start of the end for this round. And with the middle control, that is Norway. He has the controls and the pressure on the full enemy team here. And Aurora, they've definitely taken the control of this round. Greg still holding to the backside. Detour goes for the peak. That's going to be a weapon lost. And Aurora will make this a 5. Challenging ECLOT on their own map pick. Now this is one-sided. Ooh, got a message from Walt. Here we go. Looking at the next round here. The buy is still actually sufficient from the side of ECLOT. It's just gonna be that one singular MP9, and to be honest, he had the money to go for an M4 if he wanted to. From his position, might be a little bit more viable to go for that weapon. There's the canals, that's gonna be the right way to go, but it's just gonna be the singular entry. Oh boy, these entries has been looking like they're on fire at the moment. Patsy and Kenzie, both of them just opening that B side up without an issue. And that's going to be most of the spots smoked off. This round went tits up very quickly. ECLOT, I'm not entirely... Yeah, this is one of those maps where it is just a singular team running in and doing exactly what they want. Wherever they want. Another round on the board for Aurora. 6. ECLOT kind of finding their match here. And to get a little bit more information on this map, I don't been interested on Anubis for both of the teams. This was a 20% map win rate for Aurora. And they've actually had a lot of a better side on the T side here. So I'm talking about ECLOT at the moment. Their city side has been a little bit lacking in the last few games. Their T side is 58% at the moment. For Aurora, it's actually basically the same show, 55 for them. So the CT side is just a little bit better, but of course that's just a error of margin at that point. And most of the games coming very close to 13 to 10, 13 to 10, 16 to 14, 16 to 13, and the only game that they won was against Unity, 13 to 8. So that's interesting. That's gotta be the way to go this time around. Nades. Make sure that nobody's holding that off corner from the main. And that's 55 seconds left of the clock. So for this round, so much utility has been spent. Grix actually still has a lot for the exits. That's actually, sorry, for the entries. So Kenzie, drop his smoke for him if they want to go for some kind of a play up. And that's going to be the first set of utility already used. That's the second smoke also used for the camera room. Glax comes out with another entry. Nuke is just going to be absolutely demolished on that push. And Forsey, oh, for a second he had that corner, but he let it go. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to go for the save, especially with Norby's middle peak. This is just horrendous from the side of ECLOT. They're not even actually trying these rounds anymore. Just giving them away. At the second that they lose side control, Detour at least fights for his own weapon here. Right now, the entries has been perfect for the side of Aurora. Executions on point. If they keep playing like this, this is just going to be a very one-sided match.
Terrorists win.
ECLOT opting in for a timeout here. That's a lot of rounds in a row. Just that one round at the start. Placements. Still ECLOT with a buy, so at least the one good thing about these rounds is that even if they have saved for so many rounds, they actually can't go for a buy. That's a good thing at this point. I'm not entirely sure. With one round on the board on the CT side, if you have some kind of a T side, you really want to show a little bit more here. So, let's see what else they can actually do here. Nice shot from Eli at least to drop down Kenzie. And for the rest of the squad, seems like they're actually still opting out for that A-side play. That's worked out so far so well, especially even if they have 3 players here. Just looking at these spots at the moment, this could be... Depends on the entry. If Clax could actually come out ahead, especially with that 5th kill, That's exactly what we're talking about. Oh my god, that was disgusting. Klax opens up the side with a double kill. Again, just a quick peek around the corner, and there goes the cake player. And that's about to be it. That is just insane. That is criminal at this point. A ridiculous entry to make this an 8, and so just goes around. It's up. That is insane. You just have... Okay, the first kill on Nuke, that is a very good... It's a very known position, but... Of course, the side of the cake is a very known corner, but for you to actually go for a quick little peek and just shoot out a couple of bullets and both of them actually hitting the headshot is just insane. Oh, welcome to Counter-Strike. Sometimes when those peeks work, they make this game look ridiculous. There we go. So, seems like after losing Inferno, was enough of a jolt for the side of Aurora at the moment with 8 rounds on the board, and that's ECLOT again. They get the buy-in, but the problem is they're not even close to winning a round so far. It's like a force of a nature at the moment. Klax is just walking to whatever side he feels like. The entering is so good at the moment. Oh my god! Almost died there. That's how weak I am at the moment. That was just a single drop of a spit that almost did it. So, welcome to our casting today. Here we are. So, as the nade to open up the smoke, Patsy seems to be the one to actually try this time around, and maybe Klax was just saying that A side is so easy that even Patsy can actually enter it, and that's exactly what happened. Mikey at least dropped Klax from that attempt. And Aurora, they seem to be rotating. They have full B-side control. They went for a way over of a rotation, especially looking at these rounds. A-side has worked out so many rounds in a row that why wouldn't they go for the full swapperoo? From middle, that's going to be the fight against Norway, and, well, Norway is going to come out victorious. Meanwhile, B main will be attempted. That's going to be the push from long. Any of the players not finding the spot quickly, they might actually find a little bit of a problem. That's the nade to drop down Norway. He was low in HP, but Briggs comes up with a quick trade. And that's Eli stepping into the action. Left in a 1 versus 1. Sorry, 2. Patsy, he will be taken care of as well. And there's enough time to go for the defuse. And an op on the ground, and the question is, do they want to go for the double op setup? It seems like ECLOT are going to be picking up that second op. Aurora finally give up a round. And that's 2 for the side of ECLOT. Now the question is, can they chain these rounds together? They need the rest of them to make this a little bit more viable. Early nade to do a lot of damage onto Mikey. Nubik. Sorry, boys. Give me a second. Okay, let's see if I'm good now. And this is just a little bit of a slower round from the side of Aurora. Taking a couple of seconds off the clock here. Looking if ECLOT, they have the Bolzerinos to actually go for a couple of quick picks. That's a molly to make sure that Nectar is burning at least. Detour finds the early kill on the Patsy, so that is 1 for them. And looking at the amount of damage done for the CT side, yeah, they got the first kill, but a couple of their players are kind of limping already. Getting a little bit closer towards that B-side execution. That's the first set of utility. Just a simple nade to make sure anybody who's waltzing on the side are going to be hit. And it seems like the push towards the connector seems to be the right way to go, but Eli, he decided to actually go for the quick peek before that. Kenzie opens up the kill onto Detour, so the side basically is open, but inside the smokes there's 4C. The only thing he needs is just a little bit of a crack. Elive trying to hold down the connector. He's going to be dropped down very quickly. Grix comes out with his own op shot to drop down Nuke. And the double op setup left in the worst possible situation ever. This is exactly where you don't want to pick up two ops. A little bit damage done to Grix, but he's still alive. The only thing he has to do is just hang out as his teammates are getting into a little bit of a better spot. Norway left alone in the connector. Grix wins the close fight, and that's going to be the AK to come out victorious. Aurora makes it a 9. ECLOT. They win a round, they give it away. Those are some tough fights. Ooh, that's a nade on the floor. XDX. Go. Already a push towards it. Close to that connector. Smoke. Batsy finds out first kill. Griggs comes out with a double kill. Detour only one in between. This is an absolute shutdown of a round. Aurora. Well, welcome to the site. Only losing a couple of players on that push. Might have been one of the quickest rounds so far. And that's going to be a full 10 on the board. If they win the pistol, that's basically it. ECLOT getting schooled here on the grand finals. Inferno so far, the only map that they look like was actually doable. And they did win it. After that, Nuke was an absolute shutdown, and here a couple of rounds for ECLOT to try to convert this into a win. We're getting just a little bit closer here to the start. And from ECLOT, I'm not entirely even sure what we're going to need from him. So it's going to be a full set of Glocks here. We're seeing a couple of armors. And 4C with Elive. They're actually going to opt in for utility. So I'm not sure if there's a weapon on the floor at the moment. We'll see in about a second. Kenzie. Dub dualies, and that's going to be Patsy with the Berettas as well. 9mm, you double them, you have an SMG. Here we go. That's the utility on the floor. ECLOT making this very transparent where they're about to push the full squad here from the same spot, especially with the hold that they have. This could be a little bit of a flunky push. Grix and Patsy, they just shut it down straight at the start. A 4K for Patsy on the dualies. And oh boy. Is that a way to actually lose out the round? Here we go. That's the nade for the out main play. And again, just from the damage of that nade, quick pick there as well. They got the information. Eliv is barely alive. But the rest of the squad is actually looking okay. So if they want to still go for the B-side play, I'm just waiting for that to happen. Meanwhile, this is going to be a little bit of a slower round. There's a lot of options here for ECLOT still. Looking at the players, they haven't actually gone for any of the controls so far. It's a nice shot from Patsy. Breaks in and steps into his own. And middle control basically already lost that. It's just going to be the damage done from Patsy. Force did get one in between, but Klax shuts down a push from the A main. And so far, this has been a very one-sided show. And I think we're about to see Mirage in about the second. And the problem here is, even with ECLOT's one win, we are we are heading into a map pick that is Aurora's. And not only have they been looking lights out so far here in Anubis, we are hopping into a map that actually is a very good map for Aurora, which is going to be Mirage. It is actually very doable for the side of ECLOT as well. It's 71% win rate for them with 21 maps played. For Aurora, it's a 62 with 13 maps played. So that could be a little bit of a wonky pick that we are about to see on the fourth map. And to be honest, as it goes forward, as we're going to be hopping into Ancient, if we are going to need that map, the percentage is actually getting better for the side of ECLOT. So I'm not entirely sure. There's a lot to be seen here, but it's all on the Mirage. Unless ECLOT decide to actually come back in this game and make some craziness happen. Aurora just a round away from 2 points on that map section. It's a nice time for the to make a little bit damage and spot one of the players hopping into that corner. The push coming out. It's going to be the running Deagle to catch a shot. Dutor comes out with a double. Nuke even finds one. So, a couple of the players left in the 2 versus 4. That's the first kill on the push. Kenzie isn't ready for the second player to go for the full swing, but Patsy pulls it back to a 1 versus 2 with both of the players basically low on HP. One dinkable by that M4. Mikey's the only one who has a little bit more HP to play around with. Right here, Horsey with Mikey holding on to it. Patsy getting a little bit careful here, but he's about to push in towards the site. Just holding on. 16 seconds. If he wants to go for it, he has to go for it now. The problem is he doesn't have the kits. And this is just going to be a backstab for Mikey. A very good round for ECLOT. And you have to give it up for Dutor on that Deagle to catch a couple of kills. Could this be a turn for this event? There's people bleeding. Push from middle Mikey. Has a little bit more control here. This is going to be one of those rounds where Aurora, they're gonna go for the buy, so there might be a couple of rounds here in for ECLOT if they win this one. Until it had been spent, Norby is going to be playing solo. Hoping for the best. Nice timing there. Mikey will be dropped. Norby does handle the first section of that push. And that's 40 seconds with the bomb going down, and it's going to be reset. Detour from Canals actually catches both of the players. Oh, that gets a little bit chunky right there. 4C almost getting dropped down, and from Tempo. And will be Norby getting a little bit closer, but they do lose Kenzie. And right now, the question for save It's going to be very viable, especially looking at that M4. And I think there was another weapon on middle. We could actually pick it up if they wanted. So, we go for the full save. It's going to be the right way to go around it.
Terrorists win.
Mikey getting off to a bit of a closer start here from middle. That's a couple of the players starting to group up in between the doors here. And that's Detour. First one in line to go for a peek here. And you can just see the full stack coming out from Aurora. Wait a minute, Eli is just getting a little bit closer towards that side right now. Giving out the information for the rest of the squad to just go for the plant. That's going to be the right option. So, the full stack from Aurora on towards that A side is going to be diverted perfectly. And this is going to be around for the side of ECLOT. So, saving an AK and an M4 for the next one. And as we are... Oh, okay, that's an extra AK if they want to go for it. To be honest, they could go for a couple of more weapons here. The bomb ticking until the end. That's Eli winning the fight against Flags. Dropping down Norby. Oh, those are the weapons lost. Okay. The perfect end there for ECLOT to actually steal those weapons away. All of that work to lose them all. That's the Molotov there at the start to make sure that B main will be burned off. Meanwhile, just looking at the points here, it's got to be a full buy, of course. So the first one in line to go for that fight is going to be Clax. Knowing exactly how this position worked. Just dropping a smoke in this round, getting away. Going a little bit time, it's going to be the right way to go around it, but it's going to be the double play to work out. Nuke wins the fight against Flax, already pushing in towards the side. Patsy drops one, he catches the second one, but gets traded. So a 3 versus 3 left with one of the players very low in HP. The bomb actually going down, and Aurora left in a retake. Now it's all about the timings, how they actually want to play around this. Nuke, 4C. It's Detour finding the first shot. That's going to be a great nade there to do a little bit damage, but it doesn't hit the right way, and it seems like they are going to be leaving the idea. Kenzie drops the likes of 4C with the bomb ticked out to a spot where they basically can't retake it anymore. This is going to be a round for ECLOT, and that's going to make 6 rounds on the board for them. Norway, to be honest, at this point, I would like to see Aurora just go for aggressive styles. Different aggressive styles on their start round. make this happen. Let's see. It's gonna be the timer. And a bit of a technical pause to have a conversation with the rest of the team here. Could be a good spot for them to synchronize whatever they're doing. So far, wait a minute. Here we go. Off to the races. So this is going to be a new attempt. Aurora. With just a couple of sets. Yeah, they're going to actually replenish those armors. Go for a pistol and maybe try with the M4s that they had. Now I'm just ready to see what kind of a play could be on its way here. Need to even launch in. That's a lot of utility spent at the start, and to be honest, from the side of ECLOT, nobody took a damage. They didn't take a point of damage. Nuke even only 5 points of damage taken at the start, nothing else. It's okay. And the B setup at the moment, crunchy with players. And it's all about the read. ECLOT, if they decide to go for that B side play, right now could be the right opportunity for it. Same goes for the side of Aurora. If they decide to swap now, the problem is it's taking way too long. The full execution is coming in. Norway drops the first player, but it's a quick trade. So, control falls for the side of ECLOT, and this could be the 7th round. An attempt for retake. For next round, they should have enough money. So Kenzie with Glax, blocking those rifles. They could actually go for a little bit of a try or just save here. Try to take as many players as they can with the explosion. Nuke. He has the first set off the hole. So win that fight. That is actually starting to fall through the cracks as Glax coming out with a kill as well. Oh, that was a very nice position for him. What is happening on the server at the moment? 4C. The problem is they actually do have the kids that can just hold on to it. It takes way too long for them to go for the... What are they doing? They had the kids. It took way too long for them to get on top of the site. And the player without the kids didn't react to the player. I'm not entirely sure if they didn't know that there was a player holding B main. I think he made a shot there. But hey, it's one of those situations throughout the chaos. You might not know what's happening. But I'm fairly sure that was a shot that he took before the full execution happened. Aurora on top of the site. The only thing they have to do is just stick it and maybe swing with one of the players there. Right now, ECLOT is emerging a little bit victorious, but for a comeback, this is still far away. 5 rounds just to bring it back to a tie. Meanwhile, for the side of Aurora, just a hiccup of a round that they win. Mirage. Couple shots there being spent. That's Glax, making a little bit of noise. And the utility will be spent. And here we go. Patsy comes out victorious against Nuke. So the first shot. And A main will be the one to work out for him. That's going to be the perfect timing for that molly. It doesn't even actually look like it's burning the right way, but it works out still. It's going to be the attempt from B main through the smoke. Are you sure? Okay, yeah, that was Force who actually got that kill. Mikey comes up with the second one onto Patsy, but from the canals, they're already starting to retake. Those are some very good numbers if they actually want to go for it. The bomb, fresh on that plant. And the rotation towards the temple from Kenzie is going to be the way to go. Detour catches Klax. Kenzie with Grex. Both of the players looking to save again. And here we go. ECLOT with a burning logo, enjoying these rounds that they're winning. Kaboom goes the bomb, and so does the round. 4 rounds separate these two great teams at the moment. And there's a little bit of a choke coming in. Are you choking? Are you choking? Maybe Aurora. They need a throat surgery as well. Very likely. Here we go. So, after round number 21, just a couple of rounds more, and we have played all the rounds here on regulation. It would be a sad story if they actually got to their 13, as I thought he was 11. That's Nuke taking a couple of tags from the molly here. Right now, Canal's control. There hasn't actually been that much aggression from the side of Aurora. They have been playing a very passive setup so far, which is kind of surprising me. Of course, there has been situations where ECLOT has been holding on. That's going to be the smoke for the middle there. And meanwhile, a Molotov being used to cover it up. And right now, Aurora, they can actually go for whatever play they feel like. Now, the question is, ECLOT, they can go for whatever play they feel like, and it seems like they're actually starting to divert that bomb towards the B side, and that's already a player through the middle play. It's all about the B side stack. Aurora finally deciding to stack the majority of the players here. And if ECLOT, they decide to drop one of the players from the A side, this could be a call to rotate that bomb before C. He's going to be holding on to this. That's the burn for Quad. I think that actually failed. Yeah, that's not the corner that should show it in. Norway comes out with the first kill from the lurk. It's going to be Kenzie with 1, but Detour helps out his fallen teammate. The op shot actually misses. That's 16 seconds left on the clock. They need that bomb on the floor now. With Grix holding off from behind. And Patsy, the only thing he has to do is just go for the quick kill. And oh, the bomb goes at the last possible millisecond. Nuke gets a kill on the Patsy. If Patsy gets that kill without any answers, that's the round for Aurora. And they win another round on the slip of that board. ECLOT, they make this a 9. 3 rounds to bring it back. Just that one flash play. If it was a millisecond earlier, that was a round win for Aurora. Patsy goes for the right play. That was the right utility from Grix as well. It was just a little bit too late. You can't really fault the team for that. A very nice attempt. Aurora from a 12-0 to a 9-12. Oh, sorry, no, this was a 1-11. Sorry, 1-11. 1-12, 1-12. My bad, my bad. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. Yo, I'm crazy. Early swaps here at the start of the round. One of the players getting caught off at the worst possible timing, too. Detour swaps Grickers. Here we go. ECLOT just looking for these right decisions. This could be a hell of a comeback if they could actually get back into this game. Klax, quick peek from the door, works out for kill there. That's going to be the triple. 3 versus 3 right now. Both of the players. Both of the teams being dropped. That's Mike and Eli. Meanwhile, Grix and Patsy. Not fun for the time here. Nice shot from Klax. that's Detour with the balance again. A man advantage. Norway getting a little bit closer. Forsey almost showing his pipe there. If he is not careful, that could be Norway with a quick swing at the perfect possible timing to make this a 1 versus 1. Forsey turns around at the worst possible timing. This is Norway making this just a little bit doable. A flash towards the cameras just to try to fake this one out. Meanwhile, Detour with 3 kills. He needs the 4th one just to make this happen. ECLOT. Oh, the spray control works out. That almost got a little bit itchy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Beautiful spray coming out of him. Just if a single bullet was off, you know that's the end. We're just 2 rounds away from a ridiculous comeback. And there might be a very nice argument for the fact that maybe Anubis needs a little bit of a rework here. Oh my god. Off to another start we go. And here we go. Couple of the kills needed here at the start.
Terrorists win.
Detour even catches the kill on the Kenzie. And that's 11 on the board. Mr. Pitola. Joo, kyllä tää jatkuu täällä. We're still continuing. Aurora finally thinking that this could be a nice time to have a little bit of a timeout. Maybe time to have a bit of a time. Maybe we should have a little bit of a talk here. What's going on? I'm not entirely sure what kind of a motivational speak could you go for after losing, what's that, like a hell of a lot of rounds in a row? Like, okay, boys, focus. 10 rounds in a row. Let's ask the chat, if you had a team and your team was losing 10 rounds in a row, but they just need that 1 round to win the map, what is going to be your speech? This is a quick essay. Is this going to be one of those freedom speeches? Tough spot, tough spot. Oh, the I have a dream quote from Martin Luther King. Okay, that works. Here we go. So, tough match so far. Nuke absolutely wrecked by Aurora. Almost actually even taking this map as well, but ECLOT waking up at one of the best possible timing here. Now the question is, can they actually pull this into an overtime? 1 round to get a lot of pressure off their backs. Okay, guys, what's your new team name? After a board kicks us. That's a good speech. That's a pin comment right there. Good job, brother. So, back to the game. A couple of the players on the CT side getting a little bit tackier, but at the end of the day, they actually are seeming to be okay here. The only thing they need is just a little bit more of that oomph. And this is a map that is actually stretching into an interesting series right now. ECLOT. And the question is, how much pressure has been building up for them to head into round number 24? Smoke fading off from the A main. Flags left alone. If he could get a kill or 2, that would be insane already. That's a beautiful nade from him. The push coming out. What is he doing? I think he was trying to fight off that flash. Turns around, and NBQ Nuke at the perfect timing swings for that headshot. That is the A side open. With a couple of the players already tagged, they have to go for the retake finally. No more saves, no more chances. This is the round. If Aurora wants it, it's right now, right here. Utility being used. That's going to be the smoke for the back line. And some good utility still from the side of ECLOT to actually push them off of that retake. Detour wins the fight against Patsy. And this is such a bad spot to be at if you're Aurora. Great place, grips with Norway. They come up with their respectable trades, but as that off shot misses, ECLOT, they pull this to an actual overtime. A ridiculous comeback. 11 rounds in a row. Welcome to EPL. Here we go, Aurora. An absolute choke of a side here. And to be honest, just a little bit of a flag back here. They played the same style almost every round. Just go for a little bit of a peek there. Just aggression once. Go for the necessary plays. But just playing that defaulty style where ECLOT literally have taken the same peaks every single round. Aurora decided to opt in for the same style of play. And if it doesn't work out the first 10 times in a row, it's not going to work out on the 11th. What a great comeback from ECLOT on their own map pick, too. To maybe steal this one. And make it happen on Mirage. We were talking about that Mirage could be an odd one. Ooh. There it is. Technical pause. Got a little bit of a talk here. Let me open up the window. It's actually getting... It's smelling like butt cheeks here. Oh, thank the Lord. Here we are. Another technical pause, okay. Did somebody drop out of the server? Are we having actual issues? Don't give up, keep gambling. If there's ever bad advice, never listen to that one. Yeah. That's one great motivational speech right there. Here we go. So, after a ridiculous joke, of course, are you serious? This has to be some kind of a joke. The first round of the first half. I am done with CS at this point. The first round of the first half of the overtime results into Aurora taking 3 kills after they played just a little bit more. Just a little bit more aggressive style. And here we go, the one round they needed in between all of those 11 rounds. Of course, they're gonna get it right now. Here we go. If it was in the script, that would be the one way to prove it. Rix even drops one more player. Goes down, but Detour left in 1 versus 3, and that nade is just gonna be right under his heel. A quick spray on the smokes. That's gonna be the second line of the nades, and right now they have a little bit of a 50-50 situation. He might have pushed out for the B main or the quad section of this map. Detour, if he could separate this into 1 versus 1s, this could actually be workable, but that Molotov is definitely gonna push him into a little bit of a tighter spot, and through the smoke patch he finds him. Even if it gets a little bit expensive, that is a round on the board for Aurora. What are the odds? The 1 round after 11 in a row for ECLOT to bring it to an overtime, Aurora wins it. Ooh, spooky theories! Here we go. Oh, that's a nice thing to say. Thank you very much. Hearts out. Here we go. So, even with the pixel show that we're seeing at the moment, this is still very doable for ECLOT. Doesn't matter if you lose 1 round, as long as you can actually put it back on your own CT. But right now, oh, forward. We are seeing a lot of damage there. Aurora drops Nuke and ECLOT into some very questionable HP spots. Flax is actually going to be helping them with that A main play. For a second, it looks like they wanted to go for the full swing here, but we're going to be just adjusting it. Give it away. No reason to go for the fight, so we still have the control on the A side of the map. Leaving a player a little bit closer, which is going to be Klax, and the bomb is still actually lurking around the A side water. Right now, ECLOT left with a lot of possibilities here, but not that many answers. Basically, haven't gotten an inch of information, but there's a great push already from middle. Mikey, he has so much map control, but it's going to be the dominant defense from Kenzie and Norway to work out for that kill. Eli basically sticks his head into a blender, and that's going to be the A main play. Already the push coming in from middle. Grix, he has to go ballistic here. That's going to be the first kill. Turns around for the backside play. It's going to be Grix to drop down Nubik. Mikey drops down Paxi, and the Grix comes up with the second shot. It's a quick straight from Farsi, and a 2 versus 2 on its way. Norway getting a little bit closer from the main. 25 seconds. It's going to be reset to 40, as that bomb is definitely going to go down. And Kenzie from the CT spawn has a lot of work to do with his teammate. That's the smoke actually covering off Norway's push. I think he's been spotted. That's a very lazy peek, but it works out for a shot. And in between the players, Forsey left in a 1 versus 2, and he's going to be swung on. Another round for the side of Aurora and ECLOT. They're a shadow of the T side that they had. 14 pointers. Pointeroos on the stream. And right now, ECLOT. That's actually a timeout coming out from Aurora. Let me take out the trash. Yeah, the trash started to smell like ECLOT's T side at the moment. So hopefully they get a little bit of a reset here. Meanwhile, Aurora. Ooh, turkey, turkey, gobble, gobble. I'm gonna actually post some turkeys in the chat. Where do we get a turkey? There we go. So, Aurora, in about a second, they're about to take out their trash as well. But they still need some kind of a T side here, so it's far away from an end. That's a full rush for Mikey from Connector. Okay, it works out for the first kill. Newbie comes up with the second one onto Norby. Norby did drop a player before going down, and that's B side lost. Sure, the players looking in for a retake. Right now, ECLOT, they're on control. They're in control of this round, so if they lose this one, right there is going to be a bit of a unfortunate spot. Rix goes for as many pop shots as he can. And do we have some utility up? Smoke and a flash. That flash is going to be perfect, but still Mikey comes up victorious. Klax drops down Mikey. Quick trades there. And they have to get a little bit closer. Acid, beautiful spray to the smoke to actually make it a 2 versus 2, but the time has been ticked up to a 10. They have to get on top of the side. Detour drops down Grix. And that's Detour with the double at the end. At least ECLOT, they come out with a round. Detour and Nuke. Kaboom goes their bodies. Now the question is, shall they keep it up? Or was this all for nothing? Just getting a very heated reaction from the chat at the moment, for a good reason too. This is actually a very nice series so far. A couple of mistakes, especially on Aurora's defense at the first CT side, but here it's getting a little bit better at the moment. It's the aggression, the little peaks here and there. Really throws a spanner into the mix for the T's. And in my opinion, that's one of the only ways of actually playing CT side Anubis so far. Especially if you're equivalent on those entries. It's almost impossible to try to hold the CT side if you don't have perfect utility timing. Unless you have some ridiculous shots on your team. And we're about to hop in for more. That is a smoke. A smoke grenade that makes a psh sound. Meanwhile, a glass bottle will be used on the side of Aurora's. Cheap way of making something burn. My question is, do they actually drink the contents of those bottles? That's my key already being pushed into a very awkward spot. Norway actually loses that fight. Are you serious? Mikey comes up with a ridiculous win there. And pushes through middle. Oh, hello. Welcome to the stream. Sorry. Okay, for a second there, I thought that was Klax actually finding a kill through the smoke, but no, it was Grix on the other side of the map, dropping down, forcing a 1 versus 1. So the op duel working for the side of Aurora. They're leading by a man at the moment. Now the question is, where are they going to be pushing? A side could be the way to go. There's only a player holding it down from cameras, and the only thing they need is just that one singular entry. Molotov to cover off the pillars. That's a lot of damage done to Nuke. And to be honest, that is going to be a hell of a hard fight for him. Detour with Eli left alone, and the only thing they can actually do is try to retake the site. Detour on the swing. That is going to be at least one of the kills, but Grix comes out with a quick trade. And Eli left alone. 16 to 16 on the kill death department. 1-1. Does he want... To be honest, if he gets a couple of kills here, he still is gonna end up plus. So go for it. You'll get just a little bit closer. That's the platform, but Grix shuts it down like it was nothing. Here we go. What? DD got more headshots than Klax, are you serious? Welcome to EPL. Okay. You guys are a little bit wild in the chat at the moment. Dial it the fuck down. But yeah, back inside the game. Aurora on their 15th ECLOT. A lot of work to do to try to pull this one back. It's gotta be the poppy flash, nothing else. Meanwhile, Norway is just waiting for somebody to maybe take a peek. Come and take a peek on middle. Check out what it's like on the other opposite end of that scope. I think that's Mikey jumping in. Oh, almost the timing there. Oh, that's gonna work out at least so far. None of the players really dropping so far, but a little bit of information has been given. That's 50 seconds left on the clock. Now the question is, Aurora, what kind of a play do they want to go for? It seems like they are starting to turn those knobs just a little bit closer towards that B side. And we might actually get a full raw execution here. The first one in a while. That is going to be the utility spent, especially middle health. Mikey wins the fight against Flax. That's huge, but very nice shot coming out from Patsy just for a full swing from Connector. That's the Molotov 4 quad as well. Eli is absolutely burning. Still gets a double kill? Are you serious? And that's a shot from Forcey to bring it to a 1 versus 2. And almost impossible. 14 seconds last. Grifts misses the one opportunity he has. 10 seconds. He has to push in for that 5. Wins the fight against Nuke. 6 seconds to plant that bomb. Forcey goes for the quick push. And the plant goes down. It's a 1 versus 1. Ring around Rosie. And it's still Forcey on top to keep this alive. ECLOT, they catch their 14. Oh my god. I'm spitting so much that I actually need a cleaner in this room. This game is just getting wilder and wilder by the second. And this is just an all-out brawl at this point. Exactly what you were looking for. Forcey. At first, he thought that was a little bit of a prank, but no, it wasn't a social experiment, bro. It was actually a full defuse. A full plan, sorry. Goes for the swing at the worst possible timing for Grix, but he still gets away from that angle. Goes for the full swing. The problem is the crosshair is just a little bit off. Right idea. Oh boy. Here we go. A lot of utility spent here. Oh, through the door. That's a lot of damage done. And actually catches one of those kills. Aurora catches the second one. The sloppy spray from Nuke. And right here. This could be it. Detour with Eli left alone. Norway even catches one of the kills from middle. Detour getting absolutely spanked there with 50 seconds left. And as it's getting reset to 40. I'm not entirely sure what Eli has to do. He has to do something incredible. This has to be a battlefield server for him. Just go for the full spray. Drop everybody. And get that defuse. And as we're walking the situation, live catches the first shot and gets shot down instantly. That is finally a win. 16-14 for Aurora. To consider the fact that they were leading 12-1. Think about that. That is 10 rounds in a row. 11 rounds in a row from the side of ECLOT to actually bring it to an overtime. And the second we get to that overtime's first round, they lose it. And actually with the second round after that one too. This is still a best of 5, so we still have maps to be played. At least one. And we're going to take a little bit of a break as we are going to be hopping into Mirage next. So guys, get some water, get some popcorn. This is getting a little bit salty at the moment. And let's check out what's about to happen in potentially the last map. Welcome back into the mix as we're going to be hopping into Mirage, as it's going to be the fourth map of the series in this full best of 5, and already with a crazy Anubis. The question is, what kind of a game are we going to get from here? Mikey starts off the round with actually blocking one of the smokes. That's going to be a little bit more step for them to actually spot what's happening inside the site. That's going to be forced with the first kill of Kenzie. Beautiful flash to turn up the player out of that chunk. Jungle spot. That's going to be the reflashes coming in from ECLOT. Already going for the retake. That's the bomb going down, so at least the money has been secured for the B side. Oh, sorry. Narvi. Grix actually pulling this back into a 1 versus 1. This is very doable, especially with Eli a little bit low in HP. Another attack on the body. Just a single shot away from this win. And that's the way to bring it back into a victory. Aurora, they win their first round. And already with 2 maps underneath them. What a great way of pulling this round. Let me take just a little bit of a sip of water here before I absolutely die. Here we are. Off to a new one. So, Mirage, one of those maps that basically every team knows how to play so far. And looking at the series right now, it was a 71% map win rate for the side of ECLOT. For Aurora, 62. ECLOT did have even more maps played on this one, so it's 21 for them. For Aurora, 13. So the further we actually push into this series, the better it's starting to look for ECLOT. But this is, of course, just percentage and ratings on HLTV. It doesn't tell you the full story between the two teams playing here. A bit of a spray there. That's gonna be the first attempt for that push detour. Catches the kill on the Kenzie. The rest of the players getting ready. Push in. And that's the way for a new round. Rix. Oh, that's gonna be the flash. Newbie finds the kill on the Patsy at least. So the CT side is looking a little bit more formal, but that's gonna be the first AK shot to drop down Newbie. Norway even catches one of the players starting to push into the site. Rix helps out his comrade. And this is Aurora actually turning this around. For a second there, it looked like ECLOT was about to come out victorious in this round. But Greg steps in with the AK at the perfect timing there. Of course, he's trying to save that scalp for the next round. Getting heavily tagged at the moment. And he's being chased down too. But he gets away. Nothing crazy so far. Round we go with Newbig starting off the scoreboard with a deagle shot here. Unfortunately, they get to see that. It's going to be the simplistic nade used for the B-side player. Anybody who wants to hop in for the information? A full nade. Look at the minimap at this point. ECLOT rotating a couple of players towards that B-side hole, thinking that this is going to be the B-side play. And right now, Aurora, they could actually go for a full play from connector right now. Especially with Kenzie wrapping around from the middle. Yes, that middle section very well held. Newbie is going to be burned away from that angle. Double maul is being used, to be honest, so a little bit expensive, but it does the job. And that's going to be the one shot from the ticket to give them an idea where the hole is coming from. Scout shot to miss. Right here you can see even the flags coming in, Patsy. Starts off the push with the first kill. If they could actually take these side control, that would be huge already. To the smoke. Nuke tries to do some work here. He's going to be taken down by Grex. Lax makes sure that Eli won't be pushing. That's going to be the second one on the lurk as well. So Mikey doesn't get a chance. Patsy even funds the likes of 4C. And that is Aurora with 3 rounds in a row. Looking savage. Here we go. Getting ready. For a new round here. Already seeing that first utility come into play. Burning down the pit. And the rest of the players looking for a little bit of a better spot here. This is just the side of ECLOT. Looking to spread their defense. We'll call it that. Right now seeing Norway smoking off the connector there. There's a little bit of a swap coming a little bit closer. That's Mikey trying to go for the first fight. If he could catch that timing, that would be the way to go. That's the utility spent for the outside play. So Anubis will actually catch Passy on that execution. Flax comes out with a quick kill. That's Norway actually pushing in towards the connector. Mikey getting dropped at the worst possible timing. 4C catches one through the smoke, but this will be leaving 4C and Detour in a retake against the rest of the 3 players here from the side of Aurora. This is Grex, just making sure that anybody who wants to go for the peak here have to go through him. Nice catch from the pit on that lurk, but it's going to be a quick trade coming out from Kenzie. That op can actually be retrieved for the next round. 4C has to let it go. If he wants to see that op in the next round, he has to give this away. And that's ECLOT still not finding around. Aurora making this another round for themselves to make that a 4. Unfortunate timing there. Mikey even holding down the connector control. Just waiting for a player to push through that smoke, but it still doesn't work out for him. Oh boy. So here we are. Off to the round. Nice flash, but still doesn't work out for a kill. Patsy even actually starts off that spray before Nuke even runs into the action. That's gonna be the supporting smoke through it. Patsy goes and Mike can catch that kill. That's Eli actually with his own. That 5-7 works out for a kill, but if they're not careful with the peak, okay, that's Flax just dropping down Mikey. So if he wasn't careful for a second, that could have been Greeks with a kill. And Greeks has been left in 1 versus 2 right now. So Detour and 4C, especially from the flank, Ticket's side could be the one to actually go down. He's actually showing a little bit too much skin here. Playing with the idea. Greeks is not ready for the double swing, and this is going to be the first round, finally, for the side of ECLOT. Round number 5 works for them. And off we are. to actually keep this up right now. We might actually see something insane. Bluey. That's a nice shot there at the start from Grix. Already starting off the round with a very hefty peak. Dynamo ECLOT having a bit of a tough time here on Mirage, but it is a hard map, especially for the teams that don't know. Oh, that's a nice catch from Forcy to drop down Patsy at least. We have actually seen a ridiculous game from Forcy on this map before. Absolutely shutting it down with that op. So, it wouldn't surprise me if he finally wakes up. Kind of waiting for that. I need that matchup. The show was a great play. Rex with the kill on the Forcy. That's Norway dropping down Eli. The bomb after being planted, especially on a rotation, changing that max 10 to an M4 is definitely going to make the T side just a little bit more powerful. Or are we still juggling the idea there? Here we go. 5 on a board for the side of Aurora. And this Mirage pick is just starting to look better and better by the second.
Terrorists win.
Here we are. So, pop flash being set up for the middle push. Nobody's there to actually fight for it. This is a lot of middle control being given for Aurora so far. The only thing they have to do is basically just hold these spots. And wait for some kind of retaliation from the CT side. But it seems like actually ECLOT, they want to just play this very defensively from the side. No reason to, on their end, to actually go for any of these flights. That's going to be the Molotov on top, underneath the balcony, sorry. And for a second, Nubik seemed to push out, but the worst possible timing to pull out that utility. Nubik actually comes up with a double kill. So that's Patsy and Genzi to open up the A side into a working matter. Making it a little bit doable. Norway catches the kill onto Mikey to keep this one up. Right now, this seems to be another round for Aurora. But they're just running over this team here. Tough start. Big doubt, big doubt.
Terrorists win.
So here we go. Timeout from ECLOT. But they're deciding to talk about what's happening here. And as it hasn't been one of the best maps so far, or the best starts for them. This could be a very nice opportunity for them to maybe have a couple of words here on what's actually happening. So far, there's so many issues with this setup that they have. Aurora basically just finding the perfect timings on most of these picks. And the way they're actually juggling them, just pushing them into that pick in the worst possible timings ever, is actually working out very well. It's some simplistic utility, but it's all about that little jiggle. Right now, we're hopping into the round again. And this time around, ECLOT might actually want to fight for that middle control. They're still leaving this fairly obviously open, so there's a lot of utility being spent at the start of the round, but with all of this information, ECLOT, that are lacking, they can't really do many plays with them. So this is just Aurora. They are actually just stepping into this round again. Norway starts off with a kill on Mikey. That's fortunately one of the trades. Detour comes out with another one. So a double for him. Finally took a little while. Wait a minute, Detour. Okay, that took like 7 business days for him to start shooting, but okay, he still goes down. Griggs finds the kill, but that's E-Live with the last kill. So finally, ECLOT, they do in a round, but Detour, I'm not entirely sure what that was about. It was just literally looking at the enemy. Took way too long for him to react in that situation. What? Oh, well, fortunately, it still works out for a round for them. That's a tough start there. Right at the start, too. Here we go. Forcing first kill on the Kenzie. And that's Nuke with a kill on the Norway this round. Mike actually catches one as well now. It's just a full mop up on the aisle 4 right now. Just a little bit more of a battle on middle, and it seems to be working very fine for the side of ECLOT. And this is exactly what we're talking about. We need more of that middle fight. Aurora. The more they gain control from middle, the worse it's gonna look for the rest of ECLOT. And that right there, it's a very nice round for ECLOT right there. Right there at the start. We go. So, round number 10 on the board. Aurora already with 6 rounds. And ECLOT stepping in with a couple of their own. Actually starting to make this maybe a little bit more competitive. If they could catch a couple of more here, the B side could actually be doable. But if 3 is all they get, that's where it gets a little bit questionable. Right now, Aurora just chilling around so far. This will be a nice catch for Detour to drop one of the first pushers. That's a triple for him. Great control of that at 4. A very different story from the couple of rounds ago. Kenzie comes up with a couple of deagle shots. Okay, this is getting a little bit expensive. The bomb seems to be going down. And they're getting a little bit closer. And the bomb actually goes down at the last possible second. So, they do take care of the last 2 players. And ECLOT 4 on the board. Of course, this is a little bit of an easier round. But for Aurora, TJ want to take care of the last 2 rounds of the half here. We will see. That will be a buy from the side of Aurora again. So, 8Ks across the board. Meanwhile, it's going to be a similar story from the city's defense. A double op setup with one M4 and 2 AKs. Let's go. Forsey just swinging in front of the connector. That's going to be Mikey with the first kill, and Forsey starts off the A defense with a shot to the face. Elive actually comes out with a kill. That's the Tor with one as well. Right now, Griggs has been left in one versus everybody. That's a shot into his brain. 5 in on the board for ECLOT, and to be honest, right now it's starting to come into that very doable spot. So, there's one more round on the board. But right now, I'm just thinking about the fact what happened to Aurora's attack. They had such a great attack before. Right now, they're just getting absolutely annihilated. Maybe finally ECLOT is waking up to this game. That would be a change of pace. That's a great name. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Fancy takes up almost the full board of it. And they need to open up the smoke just to get a little bit more control towards the side. That's Norway with a burn to drop down Elive. So 1-to-1 trade in a way. Mike actually takes a ridiculous amount of damage from that nade. And the bomb going down. Fortune shoots the wrong players, and the bomb is actually going to be not planted. Okay. Dismantles the defuse right there. That was the attempt from the Deagle. But Klax comes out with one. Kenzie left in a 1 versus 2. And that botches the nade a little bit, but behind the box, Kenzie with a Galil could actually do this if he finds the perfect timing to bring him to a 1 versus 1. And Rubik in a last shot, and it's just gonna be the last swing. The Galil works out enough to make this happen. And there we go. Oh boy. Seven rounds for Aurora, 5 for ECLOT. This is actually very workable for ECLOT right here. Now it's all about how they can actually start to pull off these rounds. If they could actually win the pistol, that's a very swell start. But if they don't, there could be a couple of issues here in front of them. I'm literally watching a man build a house out of mud and rocks at the same time, so this is interesting. One of the greatest things I've ever seen. Go. So, off in the distance. That's the early smoke. Nuke with the first kill here as well. Couple of shots through that Windows corner. Klax, the first shot on the Forsey at least. That's a nice shot from Elive to drop down Patsy, and the numbers are starting to look a little bit better for the side of ECLOT. That's one trade at least from Kenzie to drop down the Tor. But for them to actually win this round, they kind of have to hop onto the side right now and catch those couple of kills. Elive with a laser shot from the window to make that happen. It's gonna be Klax with at least one more, but the problem is he can't maintain for the other one. So that's the round for ECLOT. A round away from a tie. And here we go. Here we go. The setup made, and it seems like ECLOT are getting ready for that A-side execution. Meanwhile, Aurora actually going for a full buy. Mostly having these players closer towards that middle. Ready for that pop, meanwhile. And this is going to be the nade actually on top of the both of the players. That's going to be huge. So, softer targets are going to be easier to shoot down. Pop flash to make sure that jungle won't be seeing a lot. Patsy gets stacked down just a little bit, but for the retake, this is actually looking very good at the moment. Most of the players getting ready. Forcey actually drops down Patsy. That's the first kill. It comes out with the second one as well. Mikey drops down and can't see. And that's Klax and Grix, both of the players funding themselves in a 2 versus 5, but they do convert with one. Grix catches the kill onto Elive, and the CT side falls down the cracks. Here we go, another round on the bench for ECLOT. And Aurora finding the similar problems that ECLOT had on their CT side. Swap of those knives. Aurora with the weapon save for the last round, still walking it, but we're not going to go for a buy here. It's going to be a save for the next one. Already getting a little bit closer from the con. Forcey drops down the likes of Grix. That's the kill on the Klax. Molotov being spent by Mikey. And a couple of shots there from Kenzie to make sure that short, if they try to attempt it, it will be at least tested. Detour burns one of the players alive. That's Norway. Shot onto Elive, but so far as for the round, it seems to be going heavily for the side of ECLOT. So they bring out the lead here. That will be 8 rounds on the board. So far, as for the round, ECLOT will lose their first player at the start. Ashes will pass it with the second kill from middle. Now as the buy comes in, the middle control seems to fall for the side of Aurora. Already with a couple of these kills here. That is a great start for the CT round. CT Satrex will bring this back. And now it's a 3 versus 5. It seems like ECLOT, they are trying to pull this bomb a little bit closer towards the B side. If they win these fights without getting contested, there's actually a very large chance that they could get onto the... To be honest, a 3 versus 3 at that point when the bomb is planted without actually losing a player in this attack could be the best way to go. It's all on to them if they can actually do it, but we'll see. That's a nice kill at the start, but Nuke with Elive, they actually do open up the side, so that's going to be the plan going down. Nuke with a great kill towards short, drops down Patsy. Op shot misses from Grex. That was one of the best opportunities there to actually pull it back to a 1 versus 2, and this could be a loss for them if they can't find a control. Flax has to try to clutch this to bring it back. And right now, Aurora looking at the edge of a very harsh start. ECLOT with 9 rounds on the table, Aurora with 2. They're actually leading with a couple of rounds here. And like I said, towards the end, it's starting to look a little bit better for ECLOT. But that 3 versus 5 is just ridiculous. Here we are. Back inside that group. That's a harsh round. ECLOT with that execution. Starts off the second round here. Oh god, they're absolutely just mowing them down at the moment. Of course, these are just pistols, but they will be hoping for something at this point. Forcing to drop down Norway here. Flax and Grix, the only 2 players left to try to do a little bit damage. Couple of shots here to miss the edge, but he's still actually focused on connectors. Any of the players trying to go for something. Wait a minute, Mikey was actually dropped on top of it. That's going to be a weapon for at least one of the players. Grix takes the AK, saves it for the next round. And off we go.
Terrorists win.
That is 5 rounds in a row for the side of Dynamo ECLOT so far. After coming very close on Anubis. Now this could have been a very different story if they actually won that map. Coming very close too after a ridiculous comeback. Now, what they can actually do here. Early fights, that's not going to work out for the side of Aurora, missing that 1 shot. Patsy wins the fight. Here we go. 1 player lost and Detour with the second one in board. Forsey actually gets the quick trade on the Gensi, but that's forcing the life. Both the players are a little bit low in HP at the moment. Patsy with Norby, they absolutely just shut down that push. And Forsey left alone, 18-6 at the moment. A ridiculous KD on the server. KD of 3, if he actually keeps this up. That would be ridiculous, but with the bomb left towards the short for this round, to attempt it would be crazy. we go. ECLOT, they did bring it to a 10. Right now, Aurora, they do fight back with a round already. This could have been a little bit of a better.
Counter-terrorists win.
Early fights from middle. Patsy trying to take out the first contact. But a couple of his players being smoked off from short. They're actually gonna go, sorry, from connector. They're not gonna go through that smoke. Waiting for the smokes to peel off. Going for another setup here. Norby actually on top of the railway. Goes for the first peek. Catches it, but he has to be a little bit careful of the player pushing in from underground. And Dutour finds that perfect timing. That's his teammates just waiting for Dutour to go for a little bit more. But at the moment, it's a 1-to-1 trade. And if they want to go for the A-side play, Clax actually hurt a little bit here. That's going to be the molly for the apps. Right now, a fully reset situation. Shit situation. And that's the smoke peeling off. Dutour drops Grex, so that's a very great entry towards the B side, but the bomb definitely has been locked up for the A side here. They're not gonna go for the switch here anymore, especially in the setup. Look at this. Klax is just waiting for the bomb to actually come down. That's the Molotov. It doesn't land the right way. That's a little bit of a fail right there, but Nubik still wins that fight. And it's a 2 versus 3. The only thing Kenzie has to do is just peel away from that fight. Just look at the space Norby has gained. With this flank, the only thing he has to do is just drop down one of the players. Oh god, that's gonna be a missed timing. Trying to go for the fight. Newbie catches him at the worst possible timing. Norby, oh, he goes down. Forcey finds the kill from the connector, and that will beat around ECLOT. They find 11. Oh boy. What a fuck up right there. They had the best possible. The only thing he needed literally was that kill. Aurora absolutely melting on the server at the moment. ECLOT finding their kryptonite. Just 3 rounds is what separates these two teams at the moment from a tie. And that is the second round that Aurora has literally bled out so far. This could have been a 10-8 situation the other way around. Sorry, 10-9. Already a lead from Aurora, but it seems like the nerves has finally been hit. That's the Molotov spent. Eli will be pushing a little bit closer. That's a nade. Very good one. And Griggs actually catches one of the kills. He's being burned off. That's going to be smoke to try to give him just a little bit more time. Patsy catches Mikey meanwhile. But it's going to be Dutour with a quick trade. So a couple of the players being dropped. And Nubik left with 51 health points to turn around. Actually catches the timing onto Kenzie. So that's a very nice kill, I guess. Rex missed shot. It's gonna be Clax just holding on. The only thing you have to do, well, is just wait for his teammate. That's Clax actually stepping up for the A-side push. And Dutour finally drops him down, but it's a 2 versus 1. And to be honest, the only thing he wanted to go for was that quick little fake Rex. Gives him a little bit more space to work with. And that's 10 seconds left. Norby, the only thing he has to do is just drill through that box. does it perfectly at the start before with a little bit of HP. Goes for the full swing. The M4 wins that fight. Grix doesn't have to worry about it. 9 rounds. Finally, something that works for the side of Aurora, but it seems like even when they're winning a round, it costs them almost everything.
Counter-terrorists win.
Keeping this up a couple of rounds here at the end. Starting to fall for the side of the CTs, but for ECLOT, the only thing they need is just 1 round to bring this to an overtime. Sorry, at least to a map point. And to make that a 2, we would be talking about the last possible map, which is going to be Ancient. Would be ironic. Throughout all of the choking and the ridiculous rounds here. For it is to actually be solved on the last final map. Be absolutely crazy. And it's going to be the nade. Detroit's going to take a face full of it, but to be honest, it's okay. First attempt. Patsy catches the first player. E-Live goes for the quick swing. Grix gets dropped. That's Kenzie activating from middle. Finally finding some kind of a level here. Anubis left alone in a 1 versus 4. That's a lot of work he has to actually go for right now. $30 seconds. Nuke just looking to save that weapon for next round.
Counter-terrorists win.
Ooh. Here we go. Aurora pulling this just a round away, but for ECLOT, again, a round away from a map point. That's Grix starting off the round with the first kill on the E-Live. They need this round. Horsey catches a very nice B250 shot. This is getting a little bit sloppy from that AK, but he catches the kill. Kenzie comes out victorious through the smoke. Detroit actually drops 1, but it's going to be another round for the side of Aurora. A-side defense works out to a T. And this is where it gets a little bit interesting. Just a couple of more rounds. It's either going to head into an overtime or one of these teams are going to win it. Let me charge my phone. Getting into a little bit of a questionable mark right here. That's going to be the vent opened up. Patsy seeing that it's being smoked. That's going to be the Molotov behind the middle boxes. So they have the players trying to swing in over there. They're actually going to go for the quicker play closer towards the short. So this is just going to be a B-side split with one of the players already dropping 1. Greg still holds on to it. The only thing he needs is a second shot from short. He makes it happen. Still alive, holding on to the side. Turn 1 on the mark. Grix plays the B-side by himself like it is a controller from the Battlefield games. I'm not entirely sure what I'm saying at the moment. Grix so close to a 5k. E-Live is just confused on the side, gets taken down. Aurora, they find map point the first. And oh boy, is this going down the toilet right now. Here we go, just a round away from either an overtime or a win for Aurora. Aurora looking to pull this back in, looking at the weaponry, of course, don't focus too much on it. Oh, that's a nade. That is a very funny color at the moment. Not sure if the graphics failed here. Catches the first pusher towards the site. And that will be basically the end, with both of the players being so low in HP here on the T side, and it is done. Aurora, they do pull it back at the end, and oh, Goondog, how does that feel? So, a 3-1 series, and it will be pulled back into a victory. It was a little bit shaky there at the end, and I have to say, ECLOT actually looking absolutely insane in some of their T-side rounds. But at the end of the day, Aurora just pull it back, and here it is. Yeah. Just a couple of answers to the chat just to make them a little bit more crispy there. I love it. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. So congratulations for Aurora for winning the grand finals here and taking the title of EPL. I think it was season 23. I'm not even entirely sure anymore where we're actually handing it at the moment. It's 22. Yeah, there's so many seasons. It's just all bunched up into a one single ball. And ECLOT, they actually came very close in a couple of the maps, actually coming back on Anubis, getting absolutely destroyed on Nuke. But yeah, making Mirage look a little bit more doable for a little while. And to be honest, if they did get onto a last map there, it would have been doable, but it just didn't work out. We are done here. So Aurora will pull out their 3-set victory, and they will be taking the full final, and we will be hopping in to another season in about a second. So season 2 has been already been announced, and I think even the Oceania season is actually still going on at the background at the same time. Of course, those games are a little bit earlier. So we're done here. Hopefully you guys had a beautiful time here. I was your cast and your host, and I will see you on the next time after my surgery. So it will be a little nice break for me. See you on the next time. Have a great time. Bye-bye.